inside countries,
where all governments are open
and answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
Where all countries and we their people
Work together.
partnerships of all kinds
to make these goals a reality.
For everyone, everywhere.
These are the United Nations global goals
for sustainable development.
Let's get to work. Let's make it happen.
we can be.
We must be
the first generation
to end extreme poverty.
The generation
most determined
to fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals.
A 15-year plan
for everyone, everywhere.
With no one left behind.
We will live in a world
where nobody,
anywhere, lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
Where no one wakes in the morning
asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world
where no child has to die
of diseases we know how to cure.
And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world
where everyone goes to school.
And education gives us the knowledge
and skills
for a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities
to thrive and be powerful and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is head down.
We will live in a world
where all people can get clean water
and proper toilets
at home,
at school, and at work.
We will live in a world where there is sustainable energy for everyone.
Heat, light,
and power for the whole planet.
Without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper.
A new wealth
leads to decent jobs
for everyone.
And we will live in a world where our industry,
our infrastructure, and our
best innovations
are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
We will live in a world
where prejudices and extremes of inequality
are defeated.
Inside our countries and between different countries.
Where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
and support everyone who lives there.
Where we replace
what we consume.
Planet where we put back what we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back
from climate change.
Where we restore
and protect the life in our oceans and seas.
Restore
and protect life on land,
the forests,
animals,
the earth itself.
With peace between and inside countries,
where all governments are open
and answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
Where all countries and we their people
work together.
Partnerships of all kinds
to make these goals a reality.
For everyone, everywhere.
These are the United Nations global goals
for sustainable development.
Let's get to work. Let's make it happen.
we can be.
We must be the first generation
to end extreme poverty.
The generation
most determined
to fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals.
A 15-year plan
for everyone, everywhere.
With no one left behind.
We will live in a world
where nobody,
anywhere, lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
Where no one wakes in the morning
asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world
where no child has to die
of diseases we know how to cure.
And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world
where everyone goes to school.
And education gives us the knowledge
and skills
for a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities
to thrive and be powerful and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is head down.
We will live in a world
where all people can get clean water
and proper toilets
at home,
at school, and at work.
We will live in a
world where there is sustainable energy for everyone.
Heat, light, and power for the whole planet.
Without destroying the planet.
We'll live in a world where economies prosper.
And new wealth
leads to decent jobs
For everyone.
and we will live in a world where our industry,
Our infrastructure, and our
Best innovations
are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world
Where prejudices and extremes of inequality
Are defeated.
Inside our countries,
And between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
and support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
What we consume.
Planet where we put back.
What we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back.
the threat of climate change.
Where we restore and protect
The life in our oceans and seas.
restore, and protect
Life on land.
The forests.
animals, the earth itself.
with peace between and inside countries.
Where all governments are open.
and answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
where all countries and we their people,
Work together.
partnerships of all kinds,
To make these goals a reality.
These are the United Nations global goals
For sustainable development.
Let's get to work. Let's make it happen.
We can be.
We must be the first generation
to end extreme poverty,
The generation
Most determined.
to fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
and this is how it will get done. The global goals
a 15-year plan
for everyone, everywhere.
With no one left behind.
We will live in a world
Where nobody
anywhere.
Lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
Goes hungry.
where no one wakes in the morning
Asking if there will be food today.
we will live in a world
Where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure. And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world
everyone goes to school
and education gives us the knowledge
And skills.
for a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities
To thrive and be powerful
and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is held back.
we will live in a world
Where all people can get clean water.
And proper toilets at home.
at school and at work.
We will live in a world where
There is sustainable energy for everyone.
Heat, light, and power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We'll live in a world where economies prosper.
and new wealth
leads to decent jobs
For everyone.
and we will live in a world where our industry,
Our infrastructure, and our
Best innovations.
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world
Where prejudices and extremes of inequality
Are defeated.
inside our countries,
And between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
and support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
What we consume.
Planet where we put back.
What we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back.
the threat of climate change.
Where we restore and protect
the life in our oceans and seas.
restore, and protect
Life on land.
The forests.
animals, the earth itself.
With peace between and inside countries.
Where all governments are open.
and answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
where all countries and we their people,
Work together.
partnerships of all kinds,
To make these goals a reality.
These are the United Nations global goals
For sustainable development.
Let's get to work. Let's make it happen.
We we can be.
We must be the first generation
to end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined
to fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals
A 15-year plan
for everyone, everywhere.
with no one left behind.
We will live in a
Poverty.
Where no one
Goes hungry.
where no one
Wakes in the morning.
Asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world
Where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure.
and where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world
where everyone goes to school.
and education gives us the knowledge
And skills.
For a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities
To thrive and be powerful and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is held back.
We will live in a world
Where all people can get clean water
and proper toilets at home.
At school and at work.
We will live in a world where there is
sustainable energy for everyone.
Heat, light, and power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper.
and new wealth
Lead to decent jobs.
For everyone.
And we will live in a world where our industry,
our infrastructure and our
Best innovations.
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world
where prejudices and extremes of inequality
Are defeated.
Inside our countries,
And between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
and support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
What we consume. Planet where we put back.
What we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back the threat of climate
change.
where all countries and we their people,
Work together.
partnerships of all kinds,
To make these goals a reality.
These are the United Nations global goals
For sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
Good morning, everyone. I like to believe that you can hear me loud and clear. You're welcome to this conference, and I hope you have a beautiful time wherever you're joining us from this hour. Africa is a beautiful place, and it's a beautiful morning, and I'm sure that we all have a great expectation for joining this conference this morning. This is Africa's Summit for Sustainable Development, and on behalf of the leadership of ADF Africa, I'm very delighted to welcome you to this summit this morning. Readily, I can see several thousands of African youths joining this session this morning. I can see participants joining from Kenya, participants joining from Malawi, participants joining from Mozambique. Of course, it's a large delegation this morning, and I hope that this discourse will lead to actionable pathways for the progress of our dear Africa continent. It is my delight to welcome every one of you once again, and then I'm hoping that this season, this conference, this period will definitely usher in opportunities for us to have amazing conversation this morning. Just to put identity to the delegation that we have here this morning. I see quite a number of persons joining from Nigeria, from Congo, from Ghana. I can see several other persons from Zambia, from Uganda, from Kenya, from Togo, from Benin, of course, from Tanzania. Yeah, it's a beautiful morning to all of you this morning. I see a whole lot of things going on in the chat with the delegates. We are all, filled up with expectations, and we are all up on actions. I can feel that we've come here loaded this morning with expectations for learning, which definitely I can assure you and I promise you that you're getting this morning, especially as we run through the conference. I see many of you saying that you are happy to be here and you're looking forward to insightful sessions today. Say no more. We are all loaded, packed to give to you exactly what you're looking forward to and much more. And as we start to settle in for this amazing summit today, I would like for you to share with us what your expectations are. What do you look forward to on this summit this morning? What are your expectations from this conference? And just so we put it to you, especially maybe for some of you who may not be aware, this is the African Summit for Sustainable Development 2026, which has been themed Africa's Transformation Roadmap, Accelerating Progress Towards the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. So this is a summit that has been curated to attend to African challenges, especially when it comes to the aspect of resources depletion, climate change, inadequate infrastructure, and economic disparities. So this summit this morning aims to help each and every one of us live here with a roadmap, a plan of action, which we can all go back with to start actions in our little ways and in our communities. So this morning, you are here to witness what is going to be something amazing, something exceptional. I can assure you that this summit is going to deliver way more than your expectations. And very shortly before we go onward into the business of the day properly, I would like to quickly take you in on what you should expect on this day one of Africa Summit for Sustainable Development. This morning all through to afternoon, we'll be engaging in different sessions and series of events, which definitely will give an wholesome experience to all of us who are here today. Much more, it's going to be giving us knowledge on sustainable development and allowing each and every one of us to network and, of course, give you experiences which you live with and take into your communities as change makers for sustainable development. So this morning, we would very shortly be having an opening remark from ADF Africa. And after that, we'll listen to some goodwill messages. And of course, I think I want to keep that as a suspense for you. I will not be telling you what to expect to be giving the goodwill messages now, but you find out if you stay with us right onwards to the end of the summit this morning. And after that, we'll be going into keynote address, which will be covering a fantastic topic, which I call African Transformation Roadmap, Accelerating Progress Towards the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. I want to inform you that this is the time when you want to take your writing materials, put them right beside you, because there will be so much to learn this morning. After that, we'll be going into a little bit of creative interlude, just to set the room in motion. And thereafter, we'll go onwards into the high-level plenary session 1, which is focused on urgent agricultural reforms to address food insecurity, rising costs, and climate shocks in Africa. We're looking forward to how we can build resilience to the food insecurity as a function of climate change in Africa. And after that, we'll also go into high-level panel session 2, which is on harnessing the potential of African youths for climate resilience and sustainable future. And of course, we'll be having another amazing section afterwards, which is on innovation showcase. And thereafter, we'll go on into high-level panel session 3, which is focused on Africa's urban future, building inclusive, climate resilient, and sustainable cities for sustainable growth. Of course, I'll be with you again to run you through what to expect this morning. But very quickly, I would like to call on the regional lead for ADF Africa, the person of Mr. Emmanuel Olaolowo, who will be delivering on behalf of ADF Africa this morning the welcome address and the opening remarks. Thank you very much for your patience with us, and we definitely wish that you would have an amazing experience on this summit this morning. Mr. Emmanuel, you're welcome this morning.
Thank you very much, Mayowa. Thank you for this very warm welcome. And it's so great to be here this morning. The African Summit for Sustainable Development 2026. Distinguished keynote speakers, esteemed guests of honor, and great change makers that are on this call. We sincerely want to appreciate each and every one of you. And it's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2026 edition of this African Summit for Sustainable Development. And we are deeply grateful for your presence and commitment in advancing sustainable development across our continent, Africa, which I believe we definitely have people joining across the various regions in Africa. We are gathered at a critical moment in history and going back to 2023, which marked the midpoint towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. When you look at Africa, we definitely see that some progresses have been recorded, and the pace remains far below what is required, to be sincere. For Africa, this presents both a concern and also a call to action for each and every one of us on this call, which is also a clear reminder that we must urgently accelerate efforts to achieve the sustainable development goals. There's a question they always ask, and which I also asked, that do we believe that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development can be achieved? We have just few years ahead. I always say yes. I don't know what your answer is, wherever you are joining from, but I believe we as Africans, we can achieve it. And truly, Africa is richly endowed with quite a lot of natural resources and human resources. And looking at the growing dynamic youth population, and also looking at the aspect of our indigenous knowledge system, yet the continent continues to face quite a lot of complex challenges, which cut across various issues around climate change, environmental degradation, quite a lot, which is not the basis of our gathering here. However, in its response is why ADF Africa, the Advanced Initiative for Innovation and Development, has established the African Summit for Sustainable Development, as this great platform is connecting us together today to harness these opportunities to foster collaboration and promote practical and sustainable solutions which can drive African transformation. The African Summit for Sustainable Development is an high-impact, action-oriented convening designed to accelerate Africa's progress towards achieving the SDGs by 2030. This summit brings together great speakers, government leaders, policy makers, people from private sector, development partners, NGOs, CSOs, and more importantly, the youth, to share ideas and strengthen partnership and translate our commitment into action Because for us to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, there is a need for us to act now, each and every day, each and every minute, each and every second. And for you, our journey towards the 2030 Agenda began in 2015. And today we are more closer to the deadline than ever before. If Africa will truly achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, then there is a need for us to rise with renewed determination, take bold and coordinated action across board, and ensure we work together with urgency and purpose, where the last goal, which says partnership for the goals, is very key. Today's gathering is definitely a very strategic event, and it's also a moment for us to reflect, not just to criticize, and it's also a moment for us for inspiration and also for collective resolve. And we are so honored to welcome changemakers and leaders across African countries who are united by a shared vision of sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous continents. And our goal for this summit is very clear and compelling, which is to drive sustainable solutions and transformative action that bring Africa closer to the realization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And on behalf of the leadership of Equitable Africa, the board, the executive team, and the entire project team, I want to warmly welcome you to this impactful 3-day summit, which is one of its kind. And the one getting to focus more on issues of governance, policies, and industries. While day 2 is going to be focusing more on side events, which we've also created an opportunity for other organizations across Africa to host their own event in line to the theme of this year's summit. And day 3, which is going to be the closing part of the event, which we are also having a sub-event, which is the African Green Education Summit, also in commemoration of the International Day of Education. We believe that this is going to serve as a catalyst for long-term transformation, whereby it gets to foster collaboration, influence policy, mobilize resources, and thereby unlock new opportunities for growth and investment across Africa. And I want to say that as leaders, policymakers, and professionals, I want to encourage us all to take the outcome of this summit beyond this virtual space. We need to act everything that has been discussed. We need to take it into our institution, into our communities, into our organization, into our households, because achieving sustainable development starts from each and everyone's home, then to our organization. We can't leave it to the government alone. We have quite a lot of role to play. And also, I really want to extend our special appreciation to our distinguished keynote speaker and esteemed guest speakers who are joining us this morning. And though it's morning from Nigeria, who are joining us today for you, I really appreciate your time. We appreciate your presence. And we also appreciate the insight and wisdom which you're going to be sharing with us today on how Africa can get to unlock its full potential and shape a future that we all desire. Just like the hashtag for this year says, the Africa we want. Once again, on behalf of the Advanced Initiative for Innovation and Development and the organizer of this great summit, I warmly want to welcome you all. And we are confident that this summit will be an engaging and inspiring one, which is going to bet a lot of transformative action. To all our delegates joining either on the English live stream or on the French live stream, we want to appreciate your presence. I want to say this, please let us participate actively all through. Let's listen attentively. Let's also engage meaningfully. And also seize this opportunity to network. I think on our platform, there will be a time today whereby we can also get to connect with each other. You can connect with people from other countries and exchange pleasantries as well. With great optimism and shared commitment, I hereby declare the African Summit for Sustainable Development open. Thank you all for joining, and I wish us all a productive, a successful, and a very fulfilling summit. Thank you once again. Over to you, Maiwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel. That was a very powerful address. And just so you see that it aligns well with the delegates and it suits this season excellently well. I can see contributions in the chat wherein people are saying that, yes, they hope that this summit will inspire them to discuss about the scale of the SDGs and Agenda 2063, especially in the light of African educational policies, which is very critical to developmental and sustainability challenges. Some other persons are saying that this address is motivating them to gaining knowledge on how we can make the SDGs a reality, especially through a network of change makers and people of like minds and interests as the delegates who are live with us on this summit this morning. I also not fail to mention of someone who is exercising some fear that is it possible for us to be able to achieve the Agenda 2030 and the African Agenda 2063. Of course, that is why we are here today, and this is what we want to look at critically, especially from the experts' lens and from the wealth of experience of our experts joining us this morning. And very quickly, we would like to go onwards into the next agenda, which will be leading us into the keynote address, which is focused on the theme of this summit, African Transformation Roadmap, Accelerating Progress Towards the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you this morning Mr. Mohammed Malik IV, who is the UN Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator for United Nations Nigeria. Of course, I know you want to welcome him into this session with your virtual claps and ovations while I onward go to introduce him to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned earlier that I would like for you to make the best use of this time, get your writing materials. There's going to be enough for you to put down from the summit this morning. So I would advise you that as we go onward into the keynote one now, please try as much as possible to gain all the knowledge that is available and that is going to be shared with you right now. I would like to progress into introducing Mr. Malik to us now. And Mr. Malik of Senegal is the United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator in Nigeria. Mr. Fall has more than 20 years of experience in development, humanitarian, and peace building. Prior to his appointment, he has served as the UN Children's Fund as UNICEF's Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa, where he provided oversight and guidance to 21 UNICEF country offices, including on the formulation and implementation of the country program documents, the UN reform process, and the engagement with the regional and Economic Commission and African Union and the private sectors. Furthermore, he has led the response to multiple and complex crises with massive humanitarian needs and high security challenges, and managed the strategic review of the country document, research, and knowledge management related activities, ensuring that the results are used to inform program and policies. So Mr. Malik has joined us this morning with this wealth of experience and expertise across diverse regions in Africa. And he will be speaking to us now for the next few minutes on how we can together define the roadmap that helps us to achieve the Africa agenda and the global goals. Mr. Malik, good morning and you're welcome to this summit, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, all partners and change makers from across Africa. Thank you for this invitation. Actually, my name is Ronald Kayanja, the director of the UN Information Center for Nigeria, representing Mr. Malik Fall, who is actually right now leading the launch of the Nigeria Humanitarian Needs and Response Plan for 2026. So I speak on his behalf, and I also bring you greetings from the UN family in Nigeria. I would like also to thank the organizers of this summit, a very rich platform for dialogue and discussion on Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063. As we all know, Africa is a continent of promise and hope, and we know that Africa is already transforming. So our theme today, Africa's Transformation Roadmap, Accelerating Progress Towards the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, is timely and a good call to action. And it is the mission of this generation. We meet at a moment of rising ambition, united by the belief that Africa can achieve its dreams and determined to make those dreams real. And this matters because the world is watching, our millions of young people are watching, and our future depends on the choices we make today. The 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 are really two sides of the same vision, rooted in dignity, justice, opportunity, and sustainable growth. They demand that no one is left behind. As you know, the 2030 Agenda was agreed by member states of the United Nations in 2015, while the Agenda 2063 was agreed by member states of the African Union. And as I said, these two visions, is really a one vision pointing us as Africans into one direction. They demand that no one is left behind. And that phrase, no one left behind, is a promise and a moral commitment. It includes persons with disabilities, women and girls, rural communities, young people, and those who have been overlooked for too long. So when we speak of transformation, we must speak of inclusion. And when we speak of progress, we must speak of equality. Development, we must speak of rights. And the United Nations is committed to this. We are pushing for stronger partnerships and more investment in education, health, and social protection. We are calling for climate action that protects the vulnerable and for peace and stability as a foundation for growth. We have 53 UN country teams across Africa working every day with all our partners to ensure that we all meet the goals in these two agendas, which I said are two sides of the same vision. Africa is a continent resilient and with great talent, with a young population ready to build a better future. And as you know, Africa is already transforming, innovating in technology, expanding creative industries, investing in infrastructure and human capital. We see a lot of work by young people in Nairobi, young people in Lagos, young people in Dakar, young people in all the capitals, trying to get involved in innovation, using technology to advance our economies. But as we also know, work is not yet done. Only 17% of the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals have been achieved. So we must accelerate progress, strengthen partnerships, and deepen inclusion. We must make sure that no one is left behind. Persons with disabilities must have access to education, health, jobs, and public services. They must participate in society fully and be recognized as equal citizens with equal rights. And the UN is supporting this vision. We align our work with the Sustainable Development Goals, strengthen systems that deliver results. As I said, we partner with government, civil society, and communities to build resilience and protect the most vulnerable. We support sustainable agriculture, climate action, gender equality, social protection, inclusive education, and peaceful communities. The future will be shaped in cities and villages, in classrooms and homes, in markets and farms. So we must build a transformation rooted in people, in dignity and justice. Our roadmap is clear. We must accelerate progress, scale up innovation, strengthen partnerships, invest in people, protect the environment, defend human rights, and empower women and girls. We must also demand increased investment in research and development so that Africa is not left behind when we talk about innovations. So Africa's innovation transformation is happening now through the efforts of millions, as I said, in all cities and countries, governments, the private sector, civil society, and communities, but we must do more. We must move faster, act with purpose, and act with unity. Progress is not automatic. It must be earned, fought for, and protected. So today we stand at the crossroads. We have the Agenda 2030, just few years, about 5 years towards the end of the Agenda 2030. We have a bit more years on the 2063 agenda, but we have to move very fast. We cannot choose to delay, and we cannot choose to put things to the future. It is today that we must accelerate. So the United Nations has selected 6 pathways to think about this acceleration. And these 6 pathways are education. We think if we emphasize education, we shall accelerate the achievement of the goals. Access to affordable and clean energy. As you know, in many respects, Africa is still a dark continent in terms of access to electricity. Climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, all this is affecting many parts of Africa, making us more vulnerable. We need to address that. Technology and innovation. This is very important. We have the youngest population on the continent, so that is a major key for us to focus on. Creating jobs and social protection. Young people know this, that we have many millions of young people that graduate from universities and sometimes don't find jobs. So that is a major area that the United Nations is focused on. And of course, food systems, ensuring that we have enough food as countries of Africa. No child or person in Africa should go to bed hungry when we have the resources, we have the means to produce enough food. So we think that if we accelerate in those 6 areas, it will help us to achieve the goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, faster. So I hope as we go ahead in this summit, we'll think about these areas as areas that help us to transform and move faster. And of course, as many have already said, in Africa, another area we need to think about is governance, the justice system, and ensuring peace and security. So if we try and focus in the remaining 5 years on accelerating in these areas, we think that many of the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals will be achieved. So let us choose acceleration, let us choose partnership, let us choose inclusion, let us choose dignity for all. Let us build an Africa where every child can learn, every woman can lead, every person with disability can thrive, and every community can prosper. Let us build a future for our children, and the children will be proud of. And I hope that this summit will strengthen this resolve and so that we match our dreams with action. I thank you so much for your kind attention, and I hope that the things that we talk about today will enable us to accelerate progress towards those two goals, Agenda 2030 and the Africa Agenda 2063. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ronald, for that very insightful delivery on the African roadmap. You know, while you were speaking, I saw something that positions itself as an opportunity for everyone on the summit this morning. While it seemed like a problem to worry about, rather I bring it before every delegate of the African Summit for Sustainable Development this morning as an opportunity to look into. With just about 17% of the global goals achieved right about today, I want to say that this gives an opportunity for each and every one of us on this summit this morning to look into possible areas where we can be drivers of sustainable development goals. What can we do better? What are those things that are within our care? What are those resources that we can find within our communities? What are those skills that we can hone as individuals that we can bring to support the Sustainable Development Goals realization? So, you know, I see some of the delegates also contributing. You know, I see a comment which speaks to saying that, oh, the person is delighted to discuss about the scale of the SDG and Agenda 2063 in light of African educational policies and developmental challenges. So this is to inform each and every one of us that this is such a summit that is coming at such a time when attention is on the global goals and Agenda 2063. And, you know, Miriam Gracious is saying here that she is ready to collaborate and partner with others towards the advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think just like the monarch, the time is now. I think I would like to agree with that word with the monarch one, that the time to act is now. So thank you very much, Mr. Ronald. And I'm very sure that each of and every one of us, even the delegates here today, we would find this words as anchor for us to lead us into actionable steps for the advancement and realization of the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much. Yeah, so right now we continue with the agenda of the day. Right now, we'll be having a plenary session which is focused on urgent agricultural reforms to address food insecurity, rising costs, and climate shock in Africa. For this session, we'll be having Honorable Professor Ruth Onyango, Professor Ruth Kasaya Onyango, who will be leading this section. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you want to welcome Professor Onyango. But before I give the floor to her, I would like to quickly read through a profile so you can tell the kind of person that Madam Ruth is. So Madam Ruth is a professor, researcher, Africa Food Prize Laureate 2017, IUFOST Fellow, IAFOST Past President, IUNS Fellow, IFT, and IFAMA Awardee, to name a few. She has been honored by our own government of Kenya for our grassroots work with smallholder farmers, mostly women, and as a parliamentarian in Kenya 2003-2007, And as Shadow Minister for Education, Science and Technology, she supported biosafety legislation. As founder and editor-in-chief of African Journal of Food, Agriculture, Nutrition and Development, AGFAND, Ruth seeks to improve policy and decision-making through dissemination of research, findings, and emerging technologies in food systems, and thus serving as an influencer on the continent and globally. Through RUA program, Ruth Onyango has transformed the lives of many rural poor families in the districts of Western Kenya and the environs, and she has served on the number of boards, CGIR, CIAT, and HIRRI, and others. And as an advisor on African issues related to nutrition and unique opportunities, she offers a knowledge to the rest of the world. Currently, she advises on issues of food and nutrition from a rights perspective for vulnerable groups, and she's passionate about research for development, innovation, new technologies, mentoring, and giving a voice to African scholars in the field of food systems to share their expertise and how to solve Africa's food insecurity. So, Madam Ruth, you're welcome this morning. And of course, I know that your session will do justice to addressing the issue of food insecurities on the African continent. Over to you,
Ma. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayowa, for inviting me here. And I'm also happy that Ronald, Mr. Kayanja, touched on quite a number of issues that I would have talked about in the Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah, but thank you for inviting me to speak at this summit. I imagine I was not even aware of it. I hope you can continue to hold it every year until we begin to see real change. I've been around for quite a bit, I've been around actually. I'm going to be 80 this year. And I'll try to encourage what you cannot read on Google. I try to encourage, especially those who are passionate about the continent, our young people. For a long time, I used to talk about how much I loved being African and how much I loved our continent. But as I traveled around, yeah, everything about Africa was negative. And sometimes I would cry in my hotel room whenever I watched the news and Africa was always missing, or whatever you saw was just negative about Africa. Yeah, but let me also thank Emmanuel. Yeah, Mr. Emmanuel, who has been very persistently looking me up to contribute to these discussions here. I'm sure I'll not bring anything new other than what I have from my own experience. The world we live in now is very different from the world I grew up in. Right now, communications, we can hold this conference the way we are doing. We can see each other, yeah? And that wasn't the case before. You actually had to travel. And now it's a lot easier. You can get information. Just be careful how you get that information. Is it fake? Is it real? And I value science. I value scholarship, and I value true knowledge, including our own indigenous knowledge. Yeah, Mr. Kayanja touched on that. And I believe that one of the things we need to do going forward as Africa is to look back at our past, look back at what still remains in our communities, and see how that can help us to cope. And I think this is incumbent on the young people. Many of us, as we grew up, always dreamt of going somewhere else, maybe always dreamt of going overseas. sometimes our people are in boats sinking, not as slaves, but as people going to look for better opportunities. And as we do so as Africans, as we risk our lives, and as we move away from our continent, there are others who know more about what is in Africa than we do. They know what is on this continent. Where are we living? But others want to come. And we ask ourselves, why? Why do they want to come to Africa? Fortunately now, with the information overload and access, we can now see that God endowed us with the richest continent on earth. And in any case, that's where mankind started. The richest continent on earth with a lot of resources. That's why I appeal to our young people that you'll be able to tap those resources. You'll be able to extract what is in those resources in the earth, in the seas, yeah, in the trees, wherever it is, even in the skies, the air we breathe. Africa, we are so well endowed. Unfortunately, we normally get a governance system, a few people at the top who become selfish, who decide that only they know what we have, and they start to extract with the support of foreign investment. And what we get, which could give us a lot of resources to transform our people, to transform our lives, to transform the continent, improving everything. Such people just decide to keep those things to themselves, and it's not open to even innovators from amongst our young people. I see some of the conferences I attend, I see some of the information that comes through, and I've always said, God did not discriminate when it comes to gray matter. God did not discriminate. Yeah, we're given opportunity. We have geniuses on this continent. We have innovators on this continent. And in some situations, what happens? Such people have their lives cut short before they do anything. So what we need is a change in mindset. And one of the reasons why, even at this age, I continue to speak up, I continue to, lend my voice to what is going on instead of just retiring and exiting quietly and saying what I've done is enough, is to, instill hope in our young people. Yeah, you say the theme this year is the Africa we want. What Africa do we want? We want an Africa which we can be proud of. We want an Africa which can value us as much as we value them. We want an Africa which allows us to contribute to its development, to its growth, and we want an Africa where we can all say we all belong, yeah? And we have an Africa where I can't just get up and say I'm going to Nigeria, I'm going to Ghana. I've been to many African countries. When I started traveling, and I felt so much at home in every community I went to. And we have all these borders, we have all these blockages, there's no free movement of people and goods. We are hurting ourselves. And why isn't Africa just opened up? Many times our friends who arrive in Nairobi and I'm being called from the airport, I'm stuck, I can't get out of Nairobi, and this where now, having been a parliamentarian, it helps me to go and free people at the airport to enter Nairobi, and Nairobi, what is unique about Nairobi? And imagine every country is unique in its own way, but also a lot of commonalities. So Nairobi is the only city in the world with a national park. Yeah, I can't find that one in Nigeria. I can't find it in Uganda. I can't find it in Botswana. But then those countries also have things that are so unique. But I just feel that we need an agent. We are not going to develop so long as we have these barriers of communication, barriers of movement, barriers in trade. Yeah, we cannot move forward. We cannot realize the 2063 agenda. Thank God I'll not be there, but I'll be looking down from heaven and up from the grave. Already 2030 goals, we are very much lagging behind. All those 17 sustainable development goals, we are lagging behind. And who is lagging mostly is this continent lagging behind. What is holding us up? What is holding us up? I've worked in the agriculture space for a long time. My own field is food and nutrition. And it used to bother me a lot, when I went to study in the US. Whenever you asked me, Ruth, what are you going to do when you go back to Africa? I said, I'm going to rid Africa of all that hunger and malnutrition. I don't know how many of you have seen our children malnourished, emaciated, people dying from hunger, being paraded on TV screens, yeah, when there's an issue, and you look at that and then you say, but this is a rich continent. This is a rich continent. It can feed the whole world. You go to places, there's plenty of food. Yet there are still those who are poor, those who are so hungry, and it just embarrasses me and it makes me feel ashamed. And I think it's a scandal in the 21st century that we continue to see these pictures of Africa, which I started to see before some of you were born. So what are we accelerating now? Yeah, Dr. Emmanuel, we have seen all these summits. They come, we have these lofty goals, we talk nicely, we want to do something, we excite young people, they want to do something, and at the end of the day, they can't do much because of bureaucracy and because resources are not available. So we have to put our resources where our mouths are. Whenever we sign up on things, we really have to put resources there. And it's not like we lack resources. This world right now has more billionaires than ever before. It has trillionaires now, starting with Musk, already is a trillionaire. Others will follow. Even in Africa itself, we have people who are super, super rich. And how did they acquire that wealth? And yet you still have the majority of young people struggling. If you take my own Kenya, we have a lot of young people struggling. Take any African country right now, the majority of the population, about 70%, are below 30 years of age. Just look at that. The majority of the population. And the thing is that most of this right now, because of investments in education, it doesn't matter how bad our educational system is, the majority of them are educated. So before, when I started, there was a lot of illiteracy. But right now, many of our young people, this youth bulge we are talking about, they will be graduates. They are brilliant. They can be innovators. They have the tools now. The tools now, AI tools, all kinds of tools now. They have access to. They are geniuses. In Kenya, we have the mobile money markets, money handling, M-Pesa, which was the very first ever. It was a creation of a young graduate at the university. I think he sold it off, and now a lot of money coming out of this. And oh, okay, I'll just get out of, I'll have to wind up. But you can see what I'm saying right now, that we can do better. We can do better with the better governance. We can do better with proper leadership. What is leadership exactly? And we can do better being proud of making Africa a continent to go to, and a continent where people, those of us born here, want to stay rather than go out. So, yes, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, we have the Agenda 63, we have zero hunger by 2030, but some of these issues continue to multiply, and I believe it's just because of selfishness, bad governance, and not caring about each other. And the Africa I've known is an Africa of sharing. I'm just finishing, Mr. Mayowa. The Africa I know socially is a continent of people who like to share. So when we are cocooned in our own little countries, we cannot share. The minute we open up this continent, the minute we appreciate what it has and we make full use of it, the minute we put proper leaders in governance, we shall see the real transformation. Thank you so much. I just want to encourage you all here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. If we have the whole day to go, I think I'll not get tired listening to you. And I'm very sure the same goes for every delegate on this summit this morning. As a matter of fact, I can see several comments that aligns to the fact that everyone really looks forward to job creation. Everybody looks forward to sustainable and innovative agriculture. Everybody even looks forward to that time where our government leads the change, and everybody looks forward to that contemporary world where no one claims to be heroes, but people collaborate to see that the African continent thrives. As a matter of fact, I would like to appreciate you, and I have a particular takeaway from this session. I love the aspect when you talked about the barrier that we see on the African continent today. It is something that is worrisome, that while we all share the same continent, we still have these border barriers amongst ourselves, which is one thing that even limits the level of development that we can attain. It is very disheartening if you would want to exchange agricultural produce, let's take, for example, between two African continents. And these products have to pay some duties because they are, moving in between two countries. These are some of those things that we need to look up to and look into if we say Africa must really thrive. And when it comes to the aspect of agricultural productivity, what is the impact that these borders have on food security in Africa? Why should it not be very convenient that the particular cash crop or the particular farm produce, which is very much produced in abundance in Malawi, cannot be shipped down to Ghana without considering some excessive charges that comes with exporting some of those produce? What is even the impact of inter-country relationships when it comes to AFCTA? This is another thing that we really need to look into. And I'm hoping that as you have inspired us this morning, your session is leading many of us to go back to the resources table, to go back to the knowledge board, to go and look for more knowledge and look for ways by which we can break those barriers, and even much more, look forward to how we can better our operations in Africa. I love the fact that you mentioned on M-Pesa credit scheme. It is a solution that I've heard about that I found amazing, especially as it is said It is not even one that needs them to lobby. So maybe if some other countries too can look into the possibility of raising this people-centered, people-led credit schemes for the agricultural productivity. There is something that would advance food productivity in Africa and increase, the old stereotype for food productivity and the advancement of the sustainable development goal on the African continent. So thank you very much, Prof. It has been an amazing time with you this morning. And as we continue to enjoy the summit, we would like to allow you to attend to some other things if you have to do. Otherwise, we can continue to have you enjoy the summit with us as we onward move into the next session now. Thank you very much, Ma, and do have
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I wish you all the best for the rest of the summit.
Thank you very much, Ma.
Yes,
Thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an amazing time this past almost 2 hours now, right? I am very sure that you all are having a great time on the summit. And of course, just as I mentioned at the start of the summit, we even have more amazing sections planned for you. Right about now, would just like if we all can have a stretch. Of course, our health is a priority to us. If we can just take 1 or 2 minutes, just stand up from where you're seated, stretch a little bit, get water, stay hydrated, anything whatsoever. Just move your feet, move it from one point to another. Of course, I would like to, while we're doing that, I would like to lead you into what we have next. We'll be having, okay, someone is saying that even myself should take that 2 minutes break, right? Of course, no problem. Then let me move like for a minute now. Also, I'll take my time and I'll join you right back. Yes, of course. I've just made my stretch, and I think we can go onward now into the next session. So, for the next few minutes,
Mr. Mayo, please, we can't hear you.
Sorry, please. I think that must be internet. So, I was saying that we are going to the next session now, which is focused on harnessing the potential of African youth for climate resilient and sustainable futures. This session is going to be coordinated by the founder of the Emergence Porch, that's Mokoyemi Ogundeji. And for the next 30 minutes, we will be having that discussion, which is going to be a panel session. And I'll hand you over right now to Okoyemi, who is the coordinator of this session. Madam Okoyemi, over to you, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Sorry, good morning, good afternoon, good evening from anywhere you're joining in from. As Mr. Mayo has rightly introduced me, my name is Okoyemi Ogundeji. I'm the founder of the Emergence Porch, and it's a youth organization focused on personal and career development for youth, especially in order to ensure that, they are able to contribute to the social impact sector in Nigeria, and also to ensure that they become, more self-aware and purposeful driven young leaders in Nigeria. And so today I will be coordinating the panel session, and I have the honor of introducing some of our panelists who are already on this call, and I will be reading their citation. And also, as I do that, I would like you to kindly please clap for them, like by giving virtual claps, or by giving virtual claps, right? Just to, appreciate the work that they are doing in their respective spaces. And the first person that will be reading his citation is Mr. Olumide Idowu, who is also known as Mr. Climate for those of us who are in Nigeria and even Africa generally. I believe that we already know him. And so Mr. Olumide's citation is this. Mr. Olumide is a prominent climate change activist from Nigeria dedicated to raising environmental awareness and fostering a sustainable balance between environmental protection and development. With over 14 years of experience in the field, he actively engages various age groups through his participation in climate change organizations and his influential presence on social media, where he's affectionately known as Mr. Climate. As the founder and executive director of the International Climate Change Development Initiative, that's ICCDI, Idowu focuses on nurturing climate smart generations in Africa while addressing issues of development disparity. He serves in several key roles, including the Youth Focal Point for the UNDP Small Grants Program in Nigeria, the Climate Change Focal Point for the Consortium of African Youths in Agriculture and Climate Change, and the youth lead author of the Global Environmental Outlook. You can actually connect with him on X Space at Olumide Idowu, or you can actually connect with him on other social media. I know he's active on LinkedIn as well as Olumide Idowu, Mr. Climate. Please join me in honoring him by dropping your virtual class and also celebrating the work that he has been doing in the space over time. And the second person that I have with me today is Kamangano Sethono. I hope I called that right. So I will be reading the citation as well. And help me to celebrate the work that they've been doing. So Kamangano Sethono is the program manager at the Sustainable Development Solution Network South Africa, SDSN-SA, and the network coordinator for SDSN Youth SA, She's a specialist in sustainability and a dedicated researcher and supervisor. A dedicated researcher and supervisor of SDG focused projects. It focuses on mobilizing young people to advance global development goals. Kamangano is currently pursuing a PhD in leadership at the University of Pretoria, that's in South Africa, focusing on youth leadership development. His academic work is further enriched by a 2-year research exchange at the Humboldt University, which is in Germany. With a background spanning leadership, theology, and community development, Kamangano is committed to driving justice and equity by supporting and amplifying the impact of young change makers, leading the way across South Africa and beyond. Please join me in honoring and celebrating Mr. Kamangano Sethuno as well. And the last person I will be reading his citation today, who will join me today on this panel session, is Kolud Ben Masu. And I will be reading his citation as well so that you can know that we have experienced and well celebrated speakers with us today. And he is a Tunisian specialist on women, peace and security, and the climate peace security nexus, widely recognized for, she is a Tunisian specialist on women, peace and security, and climate peace security nexus, widely recognized for our leadership in advancing gender-responsive peace building and climate action across Africa and the Mediterranean region. She is the former African Union Youth Ambassador for Peace, where she engaged in regional initiatives to strengthen women's and youth participation in peace and security processes, conflict prevention, and mediation. Our expertise extends deeply into the climate security field, where she's a member of the Tunisian Young Climate Negotiators Group, an initiative of the Ministry of Environment and the UNFCCC. Kolud's work emphasizes the gendered impact of climate change, migration, and security risks, especially on women and girls in fragile and conflict-affected settings. Our research, advocacy, and programmatic contributions explore how climate-induced mobility and environmental degradation shape peace and security dynamics, and how women can be positioned as central actors in climate resilient peace-building efforts. She is known for her strong collaborative leadership, her ability to bridge youth and women's movements with institutional processes, and her commitment to promoting gender-just climate action, inclusive peace processes, and people-centered multilateralism. Please join me and celebrate Kolud as well as she's joining me on this panel today. Please celebrate our panelists. I don't know why I'm not seeing any virtual claps. I don't know. It's not easy to have all of these years of experiences and we'll not celebrate all of the work that they have been doing so far. So thank you so much for joining me on this panel. Kolud, Mr. Olumide, and also Kamangano, can you please confirm that you can hear me? I know that you all are on this call, but I wanted to be sure if you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining us today. I know there could have been some other places you could have been, other things you could have been doing, but you're here with us today to discuss on how we can actually harness the potential of our African youth for climate resilience and sustainable futures. And these conversations are actually very, very necessary and important. And I'm very much happy, to learn from you all and also for us to, share from our different worth of knowledge and experience, especially because I love how, you all as, spread across. We have Olumide from Nigeria, we have Kolud from Tunisia, we have Kamangano from South Africa. So, that means that we have diverse opinions and, information to learn from in order to get to know more how as African youth, we all can actually harness our potential for really, really building climate resilient and sustainable future. Because, like they do say, we are the leaders of tomorrow and even the leaders for today. So thank you so much for joining once again. So I will be directing my first question to Olumide. Olumide, can you hear me? Hi, Olumide, can you please confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, I can hear you. I was looking for my mic. Yeah, thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. So I know that I mean, I've had the privilege of also working with you previously. So I know how you are so much invested in youth work and, in the Nigerian climate space and even beyond. And that's why I would like to actually direct this question to you based on your experiences. 14 years actually in the space is not a small thing. That's over a decade. So my question to you would be, what do you think is the current level of African youth participation in climate resilience and sustainable development initiatives? And what sectors will you say we are actually currently seeing the most impact? So my question is this: based on your work for over a decade now, especially working with young people, working with people at the grassroots level, and even at the national level, and even outside of Nigeria, what would you say is the level of African youth participation? And in this climate resilience, space, in the climate change space, which of the sectors would you say, it's really making the most impact? Like, we are really seeing evidence results so far.
Yeah, thank you very much. First and foremost, I don't want to take much of our time. Thanks for inviting me today to be part of this conversation. And let me quickly go straight to the like I always say, when you look at the population of young people out of 200 and something million people in Nigeria, you will see that even not only in climate action or climate change or resilience, young people are actually taking very, very serious position. And I'm sure that is also relative to all African countries. But what I would say here is that it's very important for us to note that in this space that we find ourselves, it's important for us to have a voice. It is important for how young people are, growing grassroots climate activism, because African youth are always increasingly involved in all climate awareness, whether it's advocacy, whether it's community adaptation activities, whether it's also networking. It's something that is very, very paramount with young people in Africa. And I can say that these are the things that young people are doing. Let's look at the area of innovation and solutions. You notice that young Africans, young Nigerians are actually trying to make sure they participate in structure initiatives. And you see there's a challenge that was going on I think last year, that is called Youth Adapt Challenge. This is a challenge that young people are, being supporting climate adaptation entrepreneurship, and also looking at climate smart solution, establishing agricultural resilience sectors. These are the things I think is very, very key for young people, and young people actually taking the position and actually making sure that they are relevant to this space. Is it the issue of education? Is it the issue of capacity building? You see that a lot of platforms have built, like your platform that we are having today on SDG, training network, engaging youth in skills acquisition. And I keep saying something that is important for us as young people to also speak about investment opportunity, because climate change is not only about change, but it's about how do we put money in the pocket of these young people that are speaking, and how do we make sure that the sector, their impact area, is also something that is visible. And for me, when I look at the sector that I think young people need to translate their strength to investment, is agriculture. When you look at the food system, what we eat, where we live, and what we wear, those sector that is aligned with what I just said is the sector that everybody or young people are looking to invest into, because investment opportunity drives innovation that leads to solution for young people. So I will end by saying that young people participation is actually expanding rapidly, and it is high time for us to look at the meaningful inclusion of all high-level decision-making for young people, not only for the table, but for the implementation of the grassroots and drive solutions that bring support, bring innovation, and bring investment opportunity to young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I hear you clearly that for young people, the area of capacity building, the area of activism, making their voices count and amplifying their voices in this aspect, it's something that young people, we are seeing most impacts in the sense that more people are getting to know more about these issues. And I actually like the point that you raised on the investment and agriculture aspect of it. If we do not want food insecurity, I mean, food is life. It's one of the basic human needs. So agriculture is one thing we need to look into, and also investment, because there are so many things that could be done only if we have the right funding and financial resources for that. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you. So I will go to Khalud, women power now. Khalud, can you hear me? Could you please confirm if you can hear me, Khalud? Okay. Okay, she's on the phone. I want to be sure she can. Okay, if Khalud cannot hear me, I will take. You're muted, Khalud, in case you're talking. Okay, let me take our PhD candidate. Mangano, can you please hear me? Will you please confirm?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, all right. Because we have a scholar in the room. You come and give us some citation according to, Solid and Olumide 2025. So good to have you here. And
Thank you.
I like what you're doing and the kind of work also that you've done so far. And that's why I will also be directing this question to you, right? And the question is, based on what you've seen so far, and even in your current research or the work that you're running, what opportunities do you think exist for youth to lead Africa's transitions to, green economies, sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, and smart, climate smart urban development? What opportunities do you think exist for young Africans in this regard? We're talking of how we move to green economies, renewable energy, even sustainable agriculture. Now, I like the word sustainable agriculture, not just any agriculture now, something that is sustainable. So what are those opportunities that you think exist for us? I'm sure there are people all out there, listening in to see where they can actually tap in.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Good joining you virtually from South Africa in Pretoria. Well, I think the question is quite loaded, and I think it really wants us to firstly look at the whole context of Africa as a whole, because I think that will give us an opportunity to understand the problem as well as possible solutions and potential that's the African continent.
Sorry, Commander, are you using an AirPod or something? I think your voice is muffled. I don't know if it's stolen from my end.
No, I'm using the laptop audio. Can you hear me clearly now? Hello?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Hopefully it's not going to get muffled. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So can I continue?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. I think firstly we need to really understand the context of the African continent. Looking at where we are at the moment, over 60% of the population in Africa is under the age of 25. So that stat is one would say interesting, and one would also say it offers an opportunity for us as Africans. We see that in most summits and global forums, this number is spoken of with a tone of anxiety, right? That's a youth bulge, a potential source. One would say a potential source of instability, right? But standing here as a researcher dedicated to youth leadership development, I see this differently, right? I see the largest, most tech savvy, and most resilient workforce in human history. We are not just a young continent, we are the laboratory of the world, especially considering the sustainable future. But however, we need to move beyond the rhetoric of potential, right? Potential is a dormant seed. Every now and then we hear youth potential, youth potential. To some extent, it assumes that the leadership or even our involvement is not active or it's not present. So languages such as building leaders of tomorrow or building potential leaders, it suggests that young people are not leading where they are currently. It suggests that young people are not doing enough work in their respective communities. Looking then at the opportunities that are there, Africa's youth are very digital savvy. We are a continent that knows how to use technology. And this presents a unique opportunity for us as a continent. Young people, firstly, are using digital platforms. They're using social media to communicate. They're using other digital platforms to track climate risks. Young people are using data and AI tools to support, for example, early warning water systems. Young people are also in innovation hubs where young people are looking at prototyping climate smart solutions or prototyping other kind of innovative solutions to their community problems. And the last one, from my understanding, it would be entrepreneurship, right? We need to turn entrepreneurship into a skill that we teach the youth and focus on it because we cannot really sit as young people and wait for opportunities to come to us. We need to then stand up and take the ownership of what we want to do. So we know that innovation alone is not enough because without access to potential capital, without access to even mentorship, without access to policy protection, without even market access, entrepreneurship becomes survivalist. It's not transformative because we are trying to survive. We have a business because we just want money. We own 1, 2, 3 because that's one way of making an income. That's how I survive. But that entrepreneurship should not be from that position. Entrepreneurship should be a thing that transforms communities. So we should be a young people that are driven by passion, but we need to be intentional as leaders in the continent to be intentional about opening more doors for Africa's minds and Africa's innovations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Kamangano. I took some notes when you were actually talking, and the last point actually rings bell. And I'm so happy that some social impact organizations and development organizations also are beginning to look into that aspect of social entrepreneurship and impact entrepreneurship. Because most times, when young people finish schools, okay, you can't get a job. What do you think you can do? And the next thing you see people setting up businesses just for, oh, let me use it to while away time. Like, we need to move from that level of, let me use that to while away time to like really doing concrete things. And when I talk about when I talk about it, some of my friends are like, no, me, I'm interested in impact and entrepreneurship. Like, you need to, just move from that hustling part of it to really making concrete and sustainable and positive change. And that aspect of technology as well, there's so much advanced technologies coming up. How can we all maximize that and solutions in our country, in our continent? Thank you so much for sharing that. Khalud, I don't know if you're here now and you can hear me. Khalud, please confirm that you can hear us. You are muted in case you're talking. Or am I mispronouncing the name? Ben Masu. Khalud, can you hear us, please? Okay, all right. So I can see her on the call, but she's muted. I don't know. The host, can you please help us look into that? Maybe she's having some technical issues. Host, kindly help us look into that. Thank you very much. So without wasting too much of our time as well, I would actually like to call on Olumide for this next question that I have. And being that, you spoke about some things that young people are already doing, which are effective, and other aspects of it that we also need to look more into, right? So that is why I'm actually asking this follow-up question that now, based on what you've said, we should look into, like where young people should actually prioritize moving forward. How do you think that we as African youth, Nigerian youth, Tunisian youth, South African youth, just name it, any African country, how can we actually mobilize, natural, human, institutional resources to drive regenerative and climate resilient solutions across all of the sectors, especially in the aspect as which you think we should actually be prioritizing and improving our work in? So how can we mobilize all necessary resources for this? Olumide, can you hear me? Did you get that? You're
Yes.
muted. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I was trying to. Thank you very much. Your question is based on how can African youth mobilize natural, human, and institutional resources. This is a very important area because African youth, like I said, we have been doing fantastic, things across the value chain. Whether it's through the human or institutional resources, regenerative or climate resilience solution. I think one of the things that we need to start looking at, how do we leverage natural capital, through community stewardship? Why am I saying this is because youth work, with different local communities, to reduce, to restore, and even to sustainably manage forests. You see people working on soil solution, working on water management, working on biodiversity, using the agroecology. A lot of young people are also focusing on restoration and even nature-based solution that, regenerate our ecosystem while supporting livelihood. It is very, very important we leverage on that. It's also very good for us to start seeing how can we build human capital, through different kind of skills, peer networking, like we are on this call now. How can we, create a network of contact, by strengthening climate literacy, by looking at technical skills that can help us to put our hands, dirty our hands for positive things, looking at the leadership amongst our peers who can actually create a strong network of innovators. How can we make sure our farmer not only producing foods that will bring nourishment, how can we advocate and even our entrepreneur, how can we come together to co-design and even scale climate resilience solution? I think this is another way for us to start building that human capital within ourselves. It's something that is very, very key for young people if we want to actually strive and also talk about this climate resilience solution for Africa. How do we look at institutions, whereby they partner together to, and create a policy space where we can engage our government, translate a problem into solution, looking at our traditional institutions. I'm bringing in even civil society that can help us to link to private sector to align community initiatives, whereby all our plans, our national action plans, our climate plans across all value, let me use the national determined contribution of Nigeria. How do we make sure that there is a translation from that NDC to public resources and even influence some policies that can drive the support for our human capital that we are building for the continent? It's something that is very, very key. And how do we also integrate our indigenous knowledge with a lot of innovation that we've seen in the space? Because when we combine local and indigenous practices with modern science and technology that we have now, it will allow young people to develop context specific. And a lot of young people will see regenerative solutions that are, culturally accepted and environmentally sustainable for them. And this is another way for us to start thinking that our indigenous knowledge is very, very key in driving innovation for sustainable development. Because when we want to mobilize finance and create a pattern or a platform to scale up, then we need to think about what are the assets. And I'm linking it to climate finance now. What are the assets for youth in climate finance? What are the grant opportunities? What are the cooperatives that can make people to, have the entrepreneurship mind? And what are the platforms we are using to push this opportunity? We are using to showcase or scaling this regenerative solution across, whether it's agriculture, whether it's energy, whether it's waste, whether it's water. All these things are things that fall in this space. When I mentioned something when I started, I said the food we eat, the clothes we wear, and the house we stay. Those three things link into the function areas I think we need to mobilize finance to support, so that we not just find ourselves just doing advocacy. Rather, we're finding ourselves driving regenerative solutions that cut across all these platforms and be able to talk about how do we make investment work for people. Then we can now start talking about young people are now mobilizing natural. Young people are now start looking at human capital. Young people are now start talking about how to build skills, peer networking, and all other relative issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for sharing that. I hear you on the technical and the technical and capacity building aspect of it, creating that platform that enables young people to build their capacity in order to really respond. The collaboration and the community building aspect of it, critically looking at institutions and communities that need to come together with one common goal in order to translate whatever we've been doing, especially policies, into real practice and action. And I also hear the aspect of integrating our indigenous solution, because that's when our people can begin to fully accept and also see themselves in whatever thing we are asking them to do. And I like the fact that he said, well, we should begin to start focusing our indigenous solution on the food we eat, the clothes we wear, and the house we live in. I mean, these are like basic things for people, right? So thank you so much for sharing that. I hope for our viewers and listeners out there, you're already picking where you're coming and also how to rework maybe the framework of whatsoever thing you're doing in the climate space, or in order to ensure that it's really regenerative and it's really climate resilient, and we're not just building solutions for building solutions sake, but really for doing concrete and sustainable and impactful work. Thank you for sharing that, Olumide. I will still come back to you for one more last question. But before that, I will go to Kamangano. Kamangano, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. We spoke about entrepreneurship earlier and about the need for it to be more impactful, and for us to start looking into it on how it can convert in real time, right? And not just doing entrepreneurship for doing entrepreneurship's sake. And that's why I would like to throw this question at you. That what do you think are concrete actions young people can actually take in 2026 to launch, to scale? Now, three things now. Firstly, to launch. Secondly, to scale. And thirdly, to accelerate sustainable development projects within their community, just so that we have lasting solutions.
All right. Thank you very much. I think firstly, it's understanding and having this conviction and confidence in young people, right? That this year shouldn't be another year of waiting. It shouldn't be another year of sitting with an idea. It shouldn't be another year of doubting the ability that you have. It shouldn't be another year of waiting for resources for you to start executing. It shouldn't be another year of always being dependent. It shouldn't be another year of waiting for spaces to find yourself in so that you can start impact. We should be young people that launch community projects and launch community actions without seeking or without having certain kind of approval. Because one thing that we want as young people is we would want to have probably a specific amount of money, would want to have specific amount of people supporting the project. But the important thing is to start. So this year is the opportunity for us to start. Starting small is where everything starts. So even that small community project that you have been thinking of doing for quite a while, this year is a year of execution. And also we need to formalize, one of our informal climate solutions. We have quite a number of innovations that young people have regarding climate change. There needs to be a formalization of these informal solutions. And the formalization, we need the government to be part of it. And also, we need to build evidence. I think when we as young people go into spaces of advocacy and policy, policy needs evidence for it to be adopted. So we need to be a young people that build evidence. We shouldn't really be young people that just drive narrative. We need to build evidence. How do we build evidence? We are on the ground. We get the data. We do as we learn. And another thing that we need to do as well is, as we know that there are the SDG goals as well as the African Union Agenda 2063, let's see how we can align the work that we do with one of these goals. See how we can fit the work we do in any of those goals. Especially looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, there are indicators and there are targets under each goal. These indicators and targets help you to measure impact, help you to measure if you are growing or if whether there's some developments that you need to make. So the SDGs also offer a kind of a monitoring and evaluation tool that young people can explore. So we need to be a generation that follows action. And action doesn't require perfection. We don't need to be perfect for us to start executing. We need to execute even the smallest project that we could ever think. And one thing that action really requires, it requires one to know what they are doing, and it requires one to have a passion to solve their community's problems. And also, it gives us an opportunity as young people to upskill ourselves. We should really find there are quite a number of online courses that we can explore so that we can enrich our knowledge, so that we can even explore certain things. Because once we gain the knowledge, we are able to be informed young people. When we even do certain entrepreneurial endeavors, those are driven by the kind of learnings and the kind of skill that one would also receive from these online courses. So firstly, it's upskilling ourselves. We really need to upskill ourselves as young people. If you cannot really afford a paid course, one can access free online courses. And from where we have what we call the SDG Academy. It has a number of online courses available there. So you can go to the SDG Academy website and you can see the kind of courses that fit to the kind of the work that you do. There are a number of courses that touch on climate action and climate justice, as well as just energy transition as well. So young people can also get into these spaces so that they can learn. And another thing, we need to be young people that build networks. We need to network quite a lot. That is an opportunity that we can explore. Myself included, I find myself in such spaces, right? I'm currently at the University of Pretoria. Even to be at the SDSN, that was a connection, right? That was one thing I wanted to perfect during my undergraduate years, that I will not sit and not go into events that addresses the kind of the passions I have. So as young people, we also need to network. We need to go out there. We need to reach out to people. We need to attend certain events and to see and to get people who are like-minded like us, so that we can work together, because partnerships is the way to go. We have quite a number of complex and adaptive challenges in the country, or the continent rather, that we want to solve them alone. So networking gives an opportunity for partnerships. That is all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamangano. Thank you so much. I picked some words from what you said as well. So in order for us to launch, scale, and accelerate any of our sustainable community development projects, you told us that, for anyone who might have missed that word you said earlier, so I'll just give you a rundown. So you don't need to pay me for this. So he said you need to be convinced. That's the first thing, like you need that conviction to be sure that, okay, you really want to do this, right? And I'm going to do it. And you need to know what you're doing and act, execute, as young persons, stop overthinking it, do what you want to do. And when you've done what you've done, what you want to do, really keep evidences, right? You need to show proof of work, because people really need to know and see what you've done so far. So, and then, learn, refine your skills. The skills you have in 2023 might not actually fit into what is currently happening in the landscape right now in 2026. Even me too, I realized one day, I'm like, oh, I know this thing, but it's like there's a newer way of doing it now. So you need to keep refining your skills. And it mentions some sites which you can actually make use of, like the SDGs Academy. And it mentioned that do not forget to align any of your solution with at least one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And lastly, you should network. So even in this program as well, you can see some of the speakers as well. You've listened to their citation. I think you should even try connecting with them on their LinkedIn, on their social media spaces. You never can tell who will actually be your next collaborator amongst one of them. Yeah, or any one of them. Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing that, Kamangano. Khalud, I wanted to confirm if you can hear me. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, I can. I can hear you.
Thank you so much. I would like to also see your lovely face as well, if you can please help us with that. So my question to you, especially because I like the work that you're doing, youth and women with movements, which are like two categories of people that I'm actually also passionate about: youth, women, grassroots communities, especially those marginalized groups, so, and that's why I'll be directing this kind of question to you. And based on your work, in the UNFCCC, which I know you do most, some of your work will be focused on policies, decision making, negotiating, and all. So that's why I want to ask you this question: that for us to learn from you, how do you think youth, women, marginalized group, how do you think they can effectively influence policy, governance, and also decision making in order to prioritize climate resilience, sustainability, and inclusive development? So young people, women, vulnerable communities or marginalized groups, people that are most times looked down on, how can this group of people, who are not even most times invited on decision-making tables, right? Sometimes how how can they actually, influence policies, governance, and decision making in order to ensure more climate resilient and sustainable and inclusive development, especially in African countries?
Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to greet all the amazing speakers and participants who joined us for this timely conversation. And apologies, I've tried to open my camera, but it seems I have an issue. I could not, so I will try as we go by. It gives me like an exclamation mark. I think I should restart my laptop, but I'll try doing that after my intervention. So for those who don't know me, my name is Khouloud bin Mansour. I come from Tunisia, as previously introduced, so I will not repeat myself, but I will dive in straight to the point for the question addressed. And I think first of all, the conversation is very timely, and it comes at a perfect time today where we are confronted with a huge risk of climate scenarios, and it's impacting so many aspects of our lives, either at the social, economic, even the psychological tolls of climate scenarios that are now impacting not only youth, women, but also children and vulnerable groups. So, for the question from a climate governance perspective, I think the youth and women groups, of course, they do influence decision-making processes most effectively, but this is only done when their engagement is fully acknowledged and being institutionalized. I think when we have formal governance architecture, rather than just staying at the scope of advocacy, the impact and the tangible contribution of these groups can be seen. So based on the previous experiences I had, being aligned with the policy processes and contributing to the spaces where we can be in the negotiation rooms or into the policy making rooms, I think I felt like our influence is the strongest when the participation is really anchored with the accountability mechanisms, and we are moving beyond tokenism, and we are moving beyond giving just a seat for representation only. And I think this is how tangible impact can be seen. And then we know that the climate governance operates through negotiated frameworks. We have reporting obligations, we have compliance cycles. So, for non state actors to influence outcomes, their inputs must align with these mechanisms. And young women and youth generally, they gain traction when their priorities are translated into technical contributions, then inform nationally determined contributions, the adaptation plans, the finance strategies, and etc. So when lived experience is being operationalized into policy evidence, it becomes really actionable. And I think at the national level, we have also seen examples, but it will depend on the access that it's granted to these groups into decision-making spheres. So I think also we need interministerial coordination bodies when we speak about the engagement of these groups at the national level. For instance, we need the concept of creating climate councils, just like the youth councils. We need to have technical working groups that are responsible for policy design and implementation. I give you the example of Tunisia, where we had the Young Climate Negotiators Group. It's an official and legitimate structure that has been created through the the Ministry of the Environment under the leadership of the presidency of Tunisia, and it was fully acknowledged as an established structure that participates in the official delegation in COP and the subsidiary bodies meetings in Bonn and in the regional consultations either with the African group or the Arab group. And this actually is an acknowledgement of the potential that youth and young women possess today into tackling the climate agenda. And we have been approached by other countries from the region that they want to duplicate the same structure and perhaps move forward with the creation of a negotiators group. This can only speak to the acknowledgement of how youth today can really influence policies, but we should not stop here. I think, yes, this allows us to influence the budget allocations in terms of creating more budgets for youth participation, sequencing decisions, and just moving beyond reacting to the youth, but also giving them a seat at the table. But we should not stop here. I think this should be the first start of creating more rooms for young people to contribute and influence policies. I think also vertical coherence is very critical. The governance influence increases when we have community level insights that are systematically connected to national reporting and international commitments. So I think we have to also ensure that the grassroots realities they inform policy formulation. We cannot speak of a policy making without integrating where the people where the root issues are. So these people, they are most fit to speak on the realities. They are most fit to give their technical expertise, their technical insights, their testimonials. And this is how we really inform policy formulation and then translate these concerns at the international fora. So while global obligations are grounded in implementation capacity, we need to make sure that the institutions, either at the regional or continental level, they also play an important role in translating these climate norms into the specific governance instruments. Another advice I would say that for the climate finance governance, we need to make sure that when it comes to meaningful youth participation, we do have visibility on which extent we are financing their participation. Is it just to negotiate or to participate only, or we give them more space in terms of being innovative, using advanced technologies, becoming entrepreneurs in green economy and financing for climate and sustainable development. So I think we should revise the way that we are integrating today youth and women and even the marginalized groups in the sense of acknowledging not only their participation but seeing how they give us the bigger picture when it comes to the gaps that still exist in terms of climate peace and security. Um, we also need to have really strong monitoring structures. I'm trying to analyze or give you an analysis of the uh, remaining gaps when it comes to the full participation of youth, women, and marginalized groups, because I think this is more important than giving you successful examples, because there are plenty and many. And since we belong all to the sphere, we know how brilliant African youth specifically all over the world are participating into the climate discussions. So I just wanted really to focus and give an emphasis on more of their influence into filling in these gaps and how they continue advocating to address these challenges more. I think without access to financial governance and the financial architecture for climate, we our participation will remain symbolic and really disconnected from impact because it's just short term and it's not sustainable. But when we look for long-term impact or long-term commitment, we need to allocate quota for financing for young people and women so that not only their ideas, their participation, their engagement, but also their expertise can be sustained as well. So I think sustained influence really requires accountability. We need to revise our systems. We need to revise our approach. We need to revise the way that we are allocating budgets, resources, and even the capacity building for young people. We need to include indicators that track the inclusivity, the participation, and its effects on policy outcomes. The indicators will tell you how efficient the youth, women, and marginalized groups was, and the indicators will also give you the results on how the inclusivity matters as well. And these inclusivity indicators can be also used as an example in an experience sharing platform where we go from Africa to Europe or from Africa to the US. We share our indicators from the African countries on how including young people and young women is very efficient in tackling the climate agenda and very efficient when we speak about Agenda 2063 or Agenda 2030. So when inclusion is embedded with monitoring and evaluation frameworks, it becomes really a structural feature of governance rather than just a discretionary practice, I would say. So, in a nutshell, I think these groups really can influence the climate governance when institutions are really designed to integrate their participation into policy cycles, financing decisions, accountability tools. And here, the challenge, I think, is not only mobilizing them, but reforming our systems so that their participation directly shapes climate policy outcomes. Allow me to stop here, but I welcome all your questions. And thank you again for having me.
Thank you so much, Galut, for sharing with us. Thank you. And I got all of your points, right? Most times we're always quick to provide solutions to say, oh, there's also a number of young people and women to this. But it's not about just harding, right? It's not just about having them on the table. What was like the concrete outcome from their engagement or even participation in those policy conversations and discussions. It's not just about having them to be like a figurehead, just to be able to have a figure on paper that, oh, we had these people in the room and all sorts. And beyond the recommendations that have been given, there's a need for proper accountability structures and attaching of indicators that, oh, if we are at this level at this particular point, let's say in the next 2 to 3 years, we can always compare. That's how we can see that we are actually really in progress or we are just, moving in circles. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I would, as a follow-up question, I would still like to, like you to, speak more because you also spoke about sharing knowledge, sharing resources and all. So I would like if you could actually kind of like speak more on some of the mechanisms or ways you think young people from Nigeria can sort of like, collaborate with young people from Tunisia or from South Africa, especially because you also work in UNFCCC. So, I mean, at the global level, you have some kind of insight and experience in this. So how can all these young people from different African countries get to collaborate, share resources, this is how we are working on ensuring inclusion or, youth governance, effective policy decision making, in our own country, and we believe it's working or it's effective. Those are the things we're doing, in order to encourage that knowledge sharing and, resources mobilization aspect of it. I remember what Kamagano said earlier. He also mentioned something about networking. It's when you network that you'll be able to even have access to some kind of resources that you're, sort of like looking for. So, young listeners, could you please share with us, some of those ways we can actually effectively collaborate with one another in order to have this knowledge sharing experience, resource mobilization, and, just to ensure that all of us from different parts of the African countries are actually, working together and in sync, learning from each experiences to move the agenda forward.
Thank you very much. I really like this question. I think cross-country collaboration among young people is very important, especially across the continent. And this becomes really effective when when there is already an established mechanism that supports young people to collaborate and enables the coordination between them. I'll give you an example that I have seen, which was very helpful for young people to gain access or to collaborate, or at least to be given a platform to engage at the global level. But I think also the commitment starts from the grassroots or from the person themselves. I think when there is already an individual commitment towards the climate agenda, that I want to make a change, this is where the real impact starts, that you start looking around you for the climate networks. I see in Nigeria there are amazing young people who are really now creating startups for climate. I see a lot of young activists, especially in the peace and security sphere as well. In Tunisia, we have a lot of climate activists as well, climate experts. So I see that sometimes we just need the platform that connects the dots. So for me, when we start identifying where I will have my value added, or how can I contribute to these agendas, is already identifying where my scope of work would be or my scope of engagement will be. And then we start encouraging the young people to engage into the local networks, the local NGOs that already are known for providing support or providing either capacity building or financing for young people. And then this is how you build a connection. This is how you build a network. Now we're speaking about the cycle of engagement for young people in the continent. Before moving forward at the global arena, we need to first empower each other locally, create a network, create already somehow of an expertise, so that when we meet in these global events or in the global convenings around climate, we are prepared, we are somehow, if I may say, educated around the climate events, the climate agenda. We understand the things we will be tackling and talking about, and that will make the work easier. So then when we join forces, it will be even stronger to address stakeholders and decision makers, if that makes sense. So for me, I think one of the effective mechanisms is creating regional somehow groups or youth initiatives at the regional level that are organized around shared reference points. Like for instance, if we refer to the NDCs, we take that as a reference, how we can do something in our regions, building on our national determined contributions, or how we can make a proposal based on the results that we got from our NDCs. For each country, for instance, if we take Kenya, if we take Uganda, if we take, I don't know, the countries, maybe some countries from the Sahel as well, if we translate the concerns that we have from our regional strategies, we can create also a proposal that speaks to our realities. And this is how we influence today the policy, is that we have a proposal for something that we are concerned with. It's either we create an initiative that tackles that, or we try to access the stages or the places where we want to speak up about these issues and represent our constituencies or represent our countries. So this creates a common language that allows these actors from different countries, from different climate scenarios, to co-develop solutions in different formats, either solutions that are comparable with similarities in the regions, scalable, or they are relevant to the decision makers. So they see when they hear a person speaking, they say, okay, we can definitely do something about this. And for instance, during the Youth Ambassadors mandate, we were, of course, given this opportunity under the umbrella of the Youth for Peace Africa program. The Y for Peace Africa program is an African-led program that was an initiative launched by the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department at the AU Commission to support young people in Africa, either with the capacity building programs, either supporting the initiatives supporting the engagement of young people into the different peace and security and connected, of course, sub-themes. And it was really an amazing opportunity that connected us with other young people from different countries, and it created somehow a platform for peer-to-peer learning, but you also get to understand the realities from a different region. And that creates room for reflection. It's kind of an informal brainstorming on how we can now do something for our countries and for our continent. So the more you engage in such platforms, in such spaces, the more you are um, up to date, or you are aware of the current realities that are happening in our continent. So these kind of coordinated advocacy, it enables the youth across countries to collaborate together and move beyond the geographic distance. This is the concern that we are having today, and how we can actually do something about it. So I think when we have such platforms duplicated, and there are many, of course, either in the Arab region, in the African region, the global level, we have also the UNDP for Youth program, that they also support the youth participation at COP, in our and also in annual climate events every year, which is also an opportunity that connects youth with their initiatives or their climate advocacy or activism, to meet with their peers also in one of the biggest climate events of the year. So there are a lot of youth groups or youth events that are connected around the same issue. You just need to identify which constituency you want to represent, and how you can also have an added value, because it's also a win-win. It's an opportunity of exposure, of network, of gaining capacity, but also an opportunity for you to give back and to speak up about your country and the people you are representing. And this is also sometimes a very important opportunity for young people that they must use, because change starts within with one person, and then imagine if it's a big group of people. Another point I would like to touch on is also the digital collaboration. We are today in a digital era. We have artificial intelligence, we have advanced technological tool. We can be connected, just like today, for instance, we are having this important conversation with only one online platform, which is very important, that we should use such platforms um, to serve our needs, of course, but also to create joint project designs, to coordinate advocacy, to have access to the networks beyond the distance, if you know what I mean. So these are all mechanisms that enable the joint collaboration. They enable the programming of our initiatives, the collaborative spirit, to bring together youth actors from multiple countries, to increase the scale, to increase visibility, to align on regional focus, but also uh, this is also an important tool if we want to think about how we can create initiatives that are adapted by our member states. And there are really examples that happened not only in climate, but in also different agendas, either the women agenda, the education, you have entrepreneurship. There are so many initiatives that were adapted by the member states, and they have had really amazing results. So I think what we need today is just to make sure that we use the right channels, and we use the tools that we have to start engaging together and support uh, policy consultations. We review policies together. We try to implement strategies that are efficient and realistic, and then translate them perhaps whenever the opportunity is given. So I really encourage, if there are any young people listening to us today, I really encourage them that they start engaging from their region and start exploring the opportunities that are available, and try to network and connect with young people that have the same spirit of collaboration, and then slowly and progressively engage at the global arena, which will be then a perfect opportunity for them to translate the country's needs, especially when it comes to sustainable development and climate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Khalud. We sincerely appreciate your insight. And from what I kept hearing you say, that community building, that formation, kept vibrating to me, and also the need for firstly even identifying where you want to put in your values, like where you want to put in your work, what you want to even focus on. For you now, we know, you are focused on young women, youth and women, and also peace and security, that focus needs to be clearly outlined. Then you are able to, as a young person, able to easily identify, the kind of communities you need to infiltrate or even create in order for, to speak with one voice, particularly for your nation, and then gradually move on to the global level. So thank you so much for sharing. And also there is the part of the digital, collaboration as well, just as we are all learning from different experts from different countries at this moment. We are at the summit, we could as well maximize this kind of platforms for such knowledge sharing purposes. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And for us to round up the session, I would like Mr. Olumide and Mr. Kamangaro as well to kindly, sort of like last words for young people, last words in the summit, rather, especially on the topic of our panel today, which is harnessing African youth potential, for climate resilience and sustainable futures. So what will be your last words for young people who are listening out there, and what you want them to, keep close to their hearts, especially meeting with you today and learning from some of your experiences so far? For Alud, she has shared with us on the need for us to, speak with one voice and as well, network accordingly. So for you, I would like to hear from you as well. Mr. Alumide, you may go first, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I may have 2 words. Okay, so one is very, very key to me in the sense that when African youth are actually, when we are being trusted with leadership, then climate resilience becomes a movement, not just policies, because we need to translate it into action. And I will end by saying that all African youth, we are not the leaders of tomorrow, like they keep telling us. We are the climate solutions of today. So it is high time for us to start speaking to solutions that translate to investment opportunity. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. We sincerely appreciate your time and for sharing that as well. I hope virtual listeners, they've gotten that. Mr. Kamangano, do you want to share, please? Your last words
Sure.
in the summit.
Yes, I think
especially
it's
as a
very
scholar and a researcher.
That's what I'm saying. It's quite risky to ask such a question, but I will respond to it. I think as a final comment is that one thing should be clear: Africa's youth are not future resource; they are the current force. And that the real question is whether our systems are ready to trust, to fund, and to institutionalize youth leadership and youth engagement, as well as youth projects that are pertaining to sustainable development. So let this summit not be remembered for conversations alone, but for clear commitment, measurable action, as well as partnerships that outlive this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll also be, like you said, for memorable partnership, I'll be also sending invites to connect to some of our personally, to some of our speakers here today. I've learned from them, and to be good to actually keep the momentum going. So once again, thank you all today for joining us. And a special thanks to our panelists, Mr. Olumide Dowu, Mr. Kamangano, Setono, and Ms. Khalud Ben Masu. We sincerely appreciate you taking our time to, share with us your knowledge, your insights, and your experiences so far in building climate resilience and sustainable futures. Once again, My name is Opeyemi Ogundeji, and I'm the founder of the Emerging Sport, a youth-focused community dedicated to building self-aware, purpose-driven, and impact-oriented young leaders in Nigeria. Thank you so much for listening. We sincerely appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you very much, Kwame, and amazing panelists for that session. It was really a great session. I would say I enjoyed every bit of the session. Just the wrap out of the session where Mr. Olumide mentioned that we African youths are not just the leaders of tomorrow. That brought me to the comment of Impex, one of the participants of today's summit, where he slightly mentioned that he disliked that phrase that leaders, Africa, especially in Africa, that youths are the leaders of tomorrow. So he says, it seems tomorrow isn't coming. But I tell you, as much as you continue to expect tomorrow, why not make use of the today that you have? Why not be that African leader of today? Can you do something right at this instance, at this moment? Can you not even wait for that tomorrow? So just as Mr. Olumide said, you do not need all the degrees to become, someone who contributes to advancing the Sustainable Development Goal, or before you find your feet in climate leadership. I say, as a matter of fact, that there are several developmental challenges in Africa which could be turned into opportunities for us to position action. So I'm saying that when you leave this summit today, all right, you can go back to your communities with a mindset to initiate actions, to address educational challenges, maybe the challenges of food insecurity. It could be climate change. It could be something related to maybe insecurity. There are so many aspects to look into. And it could be the aspect of sustainable cities and communities. It could be aspect of innovation and industrial growth. And one other one, it could be health. And this is leading us into the next session for today, wherein we'll be having, I think I'd want to call it a faster chat with one of the amazing people and industry leaders when it comes to health in Africa. In the next few minutes, we'll be with Dr. Hayu Bangata, wherein we'll be having a chat on accelerating universal health coverage and resilient health systems in Africa. And on this note, I think I will need to, before we go into that session, I'd want to quickly mention some of the comments that we've been receiving from participants here today. We can already feel how elated many of you are, especially with going back to address challenges faced by youths in achieving the SDGs, and importantly, networking. And I think it is that time when we would allow you, as much as possible, even to get to interact with the fellow delegates on the delegates group. These are groups which forms a great community for you to be able to gain network, knowledge, influence, resources, almost everything you would need. Maybe these are some of the communities where you just need to be. It gives you access to industry leaders. It gives you access to fellow change makers, and even gives you the opportunity of relating directly with people that matters and people of like mind. So as we progress now, we would want to look at that aspect of health into this discussion. And I would like to believe that you all are delighted to welcome Mr. Bangata. So as we welcome Mr. Bangata, I think I would like to read his bio so we get to know the kind of person that Mr. Bangata is, especially when it has to do with his expertise and experience within the health industry. But before I read his bio, Mr. Bangata, can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, this is you audible from my side.
Amazing, beautiful. So I'll go on what's now to read your bio so that our amazing delegates can get to know you. So Dr. Ayil Bangata is an award-winning change maker, a medical registrar, and associate lecturer based in Johannesburg, South Africa. He's a Forbes BLK alumnus 2025, South Africa's top emerging clinician, first honor hub, and recipient of the South African Clinical Excellence Award, recognizing his contributions to clinical medicine, global health policy, and health equity. With over 6 years of experience in HIV and tuberculosis advocacy, all system strengthening and advancing the UN SDGs, he is widely regarded as one of South Africa's most promising young health leaders. Dr. Bangata is passionate about developing innovative and equitable healthcare solutions for marginalized communities with HIV or tuberculosis burden and improving stakeholders' integration. He also serves as a community health leader at the One Campaign and has previously represented South Africa as the UN SDG 4 ambassador, One Young World ambassador, and the World Global Youth ambassador in the UK. So it's a pleasure getting to interact with you this very afternoon, Doctor.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I'd like to extend my greetings to everyone attending the summit. And yes, thank you so much for having me today.
Amazing, amazing. So this hour, Doctor would like to have this conversation and interaction on accelerating universal health coverage and resilient health systems in Africa. We will agree that for everything that we do as human on our planet Earth, it always translates either into environmental impact, health impact, social impact, or economic impact. And as we would have it now, it seems that before now, there's always been a little bit of attention placed on the health aspect of our daily actions. Albeit, we have seen in recent times how health sector, especially courtesy of health challenges, has announced themselves on a global scale, especially looking backward from the time of the COVID-19, even to some of the maybe regional based health challenges that have happened and impacted the African continent. And this is leading me to ask you this first question. How well do you think that health has improved on the African continent between the 19th century and the 20th century, sir?
You're putting me on the spot with that question. I don't think I was even born at that time. I think that, health has really improved in so many facets, given the two areas that you have just specified. And I think I'm going to actually start from a point of communicable and non-communicable diseases, because that helps us to actually sort of unpack and see the progress that we've actually had. Starting off with communicable diseases, I think that research and development, especially in clinical research, has been so vast and has improved over time, particularly in the domains of HIV, AIDS, and tuberculosis, which have a high burden in our continent. That has then firstly starts off with the evolution of antiretroviral therapy drugs that have been developed over the two eras, where we started off with a high pill burden for patients, and that now has sort of evolved into a single drug or medication that is taken once a day for many patients, and that has really improved adherence and also sort of our targets with regards to combating the epidemic of HIV/AIDS. I think now we are sort of shifting to the narrative of the 95 targets, which is quite important. And I think if we look at from a perspective of non-communicable diseases, with the help of donor funding, but also mobilizing a lot of non-governmental organizations, we've actually sort of created spaces and also campaigns that contribute fully to food security and nutrition programs. Although food insecurity is unfortunately still a harsh reality for various countries within our continent, we've actually tried to mobilize those campaigns in order to fight food insecurity. And with that, we know that it really correlates, especially in children, with their developmental milestones, which then links to my third point, which is then looking at child development. That's how we also sort of have improved to ensure that we safeguard not just the physical health, but the emotional and mental health of children. So I think that in terms of the progress has really been commendable, although we're not there with regards to our neighboring continents, but also our first world countries. So it's really been an effective progress that we've made, especially in the domains of communicable and non-communicable diseases. So are you still there?
Yes. Thank you very much, Doctor. And that would lead me to my next question. I think I appreciate the fact that you mentioned that some progress has been made already, which is a good one, not just for the Africa continent, but globally. Howbeit, the question I like to ask now is, how can African countries quickly expand access to essential health services for people affected by outbreaks, conflict, or economic hardship? And we would very much look back on why this is very important. Not too long, there was the case of Ebola outbreak in Africa here. This isn't really the one that touches the global world. And we will not fail to mention that the impact of that outbreak is still being felt in some countries right until now, because many countries, they lack the resilient infrastructures or even the resources that helps them bounce back from such outbreaks. It is important also that we mention the issue of conflict, how it has, transferred into epidemics for some communities. And we also now fail to mention the impact of economic hardship on the aspect of malnutrition for children, transferred health challenges on mothers, and even the ones that translates into home violences for many of people and residents in communities in Africa. And at the same time, while all these are ongoing on the African continent, we can see some leading economies around the world that have gone far ahead in access to essential health services. Right about today, you agree with me that there are some inaccessible communities in Africa that even if there are emergencies, you can hardly reach them even to save them. Then, if there be that there are cases of epidemics or any outbreak of disease in such places, then it will mean that it will be difficult to be able to save this populace. Now, with all of these put together, how can we here in Africa expand access to essential health services so that we can continue to save our people, save our children, and retain our cultural identity as Africans?
Okay, I'm going to dissect that question into two parts. Firstly, tackling the outbreak component, and then the second one, increasing or optimizing your health services. So with regards to outbreak, I am currently specializing in the field of virology. So outbreaks are so sort of, prone to happening in our continent. And I think that it's first and foremost, it's quite important to ensure that stakeholder integration is implemented, and also resource mobilization. Stakeholder integration in the sense that you need to have a surveillance center. So currently in South Africa, we have the National Institute of Communicable Diseases and the National Health of Laboratory Services that liaises with, the Department of Health. So when you have a surveillance center, it's able to actually sort of trace the outbreaks, but also to identify those hotspots or areas in which are prone to outbreaks. So I think it first starts off with that, because that sort of serves as the backbone into controlling the outbreak. Then with regards to that is to actually ensure that you sort of employ and also consult public health specialists, but also infectious disease departments as well as organizations. In South Africa, we primarily deal with specialists, we're infectious disease specialists, because you have to have expert advice on how to sort of contain, firstly, that outbreak. So with regards to what I said on the first point is to first identify the hotspots or areas. Two, secondly, you need to ensure that you actually control or contain the outbreak, but then also having isolation measures that need to be taken. Once you have isolated your key populations or populations that are prone to that outbreak, you need to sort of then have your health professionals that are sort of sent in order to be able to firstly monitor those patients, and then secondly to ensure that we understand sort of why they actually were prone to the outbreak. Could it be genetics? Could it be an environmental issue? Or could it be transmission because of migration? That's quite important. And in order to do that, with regard to what I said, is that you need to have also a clinical research team that is sort of involved in order to actually conduct studies. In that way, you can actually get funding. And when funding comes into place, you're able to provide infrastructure to ensure that you are able to contain the outbreak, but also for patients that are prone to that particular outbreak have a way of actually accessing the health facilities. Then with regards to the second component of how to increase infrastructure, is particularly to ensure that health services are provided. I think that because of the demographics that happen in our continent, most of our communities are actually sort of self-sufficient or are based in rural settings. And a way that in which we can actually do that is looking at from a micro and a macro perspective. Micro, firstly, by increasing the amount of healthcare workers that we, particularly doctors and allied professionals that we have in those rural areas, because then that ensures that your healthcare worker, and I don't want to say doctor-patient ratio, because sometimes you don't really consult doctors. You want to ensure that you have adequate ratios in order to promote and to actually deliver effective healthcare services. Secondly, in order for those healthcare workers to be able to be sort of motivated into being within the system, you need to have continuous professional development initiatives that you do implement for them through various courses that they have to undergo in order to cater for the demographics of their various communities. And then with regards to that, in order to increase this accessibility in not just for the healthcare workers, but also for the patients as well, you need to improve infrastructure. Infrastructure then being the physical environment, in order to ensure that patients are able to get to the facilities, to their healthcare facilities with different modes of transportation. And secondly, with regards to that, to ensure that you do have adequate network with regards to, in order to strengthen your referral systems, but also through the transferring your patients between different facilities and to escalate their level of care. So that's quite important. So, and then also looking from macro perspectives through integration, I think as a continent is where we have governmental organizations or government in particular, sort of mobilize their own partnerships in which they can actually provide resources between the different countries in order to develop their health services. And I think with that, which is still another a debate on its own, is to also ensure that you provide universal healthcare through a centralized health insurance. If you're going to sort of include that macro environment element where you actually having your intergovernmental interventions. So I think just to sum up that point, in order to tackle your outbreaks, but also optimizing healthcare facilities or health services rather, it requires better stakeholder integration, resource mobilization, and also I think also just intergovernmental partnerships to ensure that we actually achieve that vision.
Yes. Thank you very much for that very profound contribution. It really touched on all the aspects of the question. And when you mentioned that the first step for catering to people affected by outbreaks is to contain them, I think I enjoyed that. And when you stepped further, you made us realize that the containment resources are not just the need. There is need for personnel, human resources that administer services on ground. And you went ahead further to mention the debate on the ratio of patient to doctor, especially within the professional setting, making us understand that we need certain numbers of these health professionals in certain communities. And this brings me to my next question, especially with the recent trend, say, starting from around 2020 downwards now, we've seen how much of health workers that have continued to migrate in numbers out of the African continent, right? Leaving us with, maybe health expertise and professionals drain. And when this continues to happen, I think this would then have a translating impact on the health status of the African nationals and especially rural and underserved areas, right?
Yes.
Now, what then would be realistic steps that governments can take? There will be three things, or maybe four, but let's put that three for now.
Yes.
The first will be to retain the health workers. Let them say, if we need to retain or we are not able to retain, what then will be the steps to support health workers so as to lessen the migration rates? Or maybe at the worst now, if you are not able to retain, how then would government be able to train health workers, especially in rural and underserved areas, so that we can have a reasonable doctor to patient ratio that would give us a productive health impact measure between people in rural and underserved areas and even in many urban communities within the African continent?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I resonate a lot with that question, particularly because I transitioned from clinical to non-clinical practice. And I think in clinical practice, I was always serving in rural areas which can be quite frustrating. And I think that with our generation, we always tend to sort of want to think of other alternatives, that being immigration, because, sort of the incentives that are there, but also the career opportunities that it brings. And unfortunately, that is the root cause of that is unfortunately a system that is designed to fail its people, not just healthcare workers, but its communities. So in order to tackle the aspect of retaining healthcare workers, it's quite multifaceted. It firstly starts off with ensuring that you actually have a good organizational culture, but to ensure that your healthcare workers in your various health institutions are satisfied. Because if they're not satisfied, you're not providing an optimal health service. So that is being able to sort of lobby with organizations, but also with management of various healthcare facilities to ensure that you create that platform where healthcare workers are able to voice their opinions with regards to systematic areas or system areas. When they're able to sort of voice their opinions regarding what they are not content with, rather, in terms of their working conditions, you are able to then fix that, because it starts off by being able to negotiate. And then moving with regards to that is to actually have employee incentives, not through monetization, where it's just about salaries, but you want to create employee incentives to actually increase that job satisfaction so that they actually can provide a service, but also effective, healthcare worker to patient relationship that you want to create. And then I think we unfortunately, based on budgets and also how health is prioritized in different countries within our continent, is to try and sort of revolutionize, our health systems. If we're still in the old and traditional way of doing things, it really does unfortunately burden the system if you have a high patient overload with regards to the community. So you need to tackle it from that perspective. And then in terms of supporting and training, I think that it's quite important in order to sort of attract young healthcare professionals is to create continuous professional development programs and skills development programs. As I think I mentioned in my previous response, is that you need to create platforms where you can actually further to give them the platform to be able to further their studies through pursuing a formal education, so they can do postgrad diplomas in a particular field that is relevant to the community that they're serving. So in my context, I was in part of a program like that, since I was working mostly with HIV and TB, because then it sort of helps you to actually understand the dynamics of the diseases that you are trying to solve within the community, but at the same time building you with those necessary expertise to ensure that you're able to provide the best health services as possible. And with that, you need to also have continuous sessions where you have courses that sort of equip you with the skills to tackle the issues that you are encountering within the community. So that's how you can actually support healthcare professionals, is through having those skills development and continuous professional development programs, and then also having ongoing engagements that you are having with the healthcare professionals to ensure that they are providing the effective healthcare services. But then it also goes two ways, because in that relationship you've got the healthcare worker, but you also have the patient. So the patient is to actually ensure that they are providing, or sort of receiving rather, the best health services that they are also getting, voicing their opinion, high waiting periods that they are subjected to, but also ensuring that they get the right medication. I think with also regards to that is to ensure that you have the necessary resources. So resources being physical, health resources in order to treat medical emergencies, but also medication. It's unfortunately a sad reality that sometimes we are overburdened the system, that we don't have medications to actually treat common medical emergencies. And it's quite sad, because it really contributes to the mortality and the morbidity of various diseases, especially when it comes to trauma in the context of South Africa. We've witnessed that. So it is quite important that it's tackled from both those perspectives. To retain is to ensure that you create the best opportunities for your healthcare workers so that they become content with their working conditions. And then also with that, you want to actually equip them with to enhance their skills, as well as as well as education, to ensure that they have the necessary economic opportunities to progress, because that's actually currently what's causing most of them to immigrate to different countries.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, thank you for that practical motivation strategy that you talked about. I agree with you that it necessarily doesn't have to be monetary most of the time. There are several strategies that you can adopt to motivate health workers, right?
Yes,
I also love the fact where you mention one of the disheartening realities of many of our health centers in Africa. It's as bad as what could be like a normal first aid. Maybe some very common drugs sometimes are not even accessible
That's
at
true.
many of these health centers. And you still mentioned on the importance of resources that hates the provision of some of these very, very little basic needs. Maybe talk of the aspect of mosquito nets, talk of the everyday migraine curing tablets, and all these basic things. So this now brings me to the next question then, that if we still face these challenges, even right now, when we agree that we have seen a level of development when it comes to the health sector in Africa, how can African countries mobilize maybe domestic funding or maybe donor support or private sector resources? Because we all can agree now that we have to make our health system more sustainable. So
Yes.
help us with that. How do you think we can mobilize funding, support, and resources from all sector possible to make our health system more sustainable?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I think that an internal and external approach needs to be taken. Internally, in the context within the country, you want to sort of take necessary steps to maximize your domestic funding. So that firstly being through the economic cycle is increasing or sort of optimizing taxation. That's quite important because that is sort of the backbone of the finances and the budget of the country in order to actually cater for various services within the economy. And then with that, as I also mentioned in my previous point, is that you want to sort of try and have a universal health fund. I think, in South Africa, we have the national health insurance that we are trying to gear up towards, because then that sort of regulates a central fund in order to ensure that you provide free and accessible and as well as equitable healthcare, and also other miscellaneous services to to cater for the needs of the population. And I think that with regards to that, you also then want to take an external approach where you have a private-public partnership. So that's through the integration as well as incorporation of small, medium, micro enterprises. With that comes with the private sector. So your private companies, especially in countries that still have sort of a system where you can have the private sector playing a role within the economy, where you can sort of mobilize various organizations, but also businesses that can actually generate revenue if they sort of have an advocacy or a services that aligns with trying to actually enhance the economy. And then also lastly, with regards to that an aspect that really links with that notion is then corporate social investments with the private sector. So if the private sector can sort of have an agreement with the public sector to actually have your corporate social investment or initiatives rather as well, to try then and ensure that we sort of maximize on finances in order to sort of enhance the economy. Because I think the sad reality that we need to face right now is that we need to decrease the dependence that we have on donor funding. We've seen on the harsh realities and the effects that it had in the previous years in the aspect of your various non-governmental organizations, but also towards the development and also management of HIV/AIDS. So when you actually sort of employ those strategies, it creates a system where you decrease your dependence on donor funding, but maximizing your domestic funding to ensure that you still sustain the economy. So I think we need to look at from those different perspectives.
Thank you very much. I think that really helps. because at the end of the day, I agree with you that we will not always be able to depend on some other nation. We have to just, it's surprising how, maybe I say where we've got ourselves, because you look back in time to realize that this has been the same continent that has taken care of itself in time past. So, it's surprising sometimes now that we get to this stage where it seems like we are dependent on some other countries before we can attend to, things that shouldn't be. Yeah, I think another question that I want you to look into, that I want you to speak into, would be on the possible strategies that we can adopt so that we can ensure equitable access to healthcare for women, children, youth, and vulnerable populations during crisis. Of course, we know that maybe by strength or by build or composition, men are known to always find their way faster than women would do. For this reason, we see that many a times children, women, and even youth, most of the time the contact of crisis. So, but then, what are those strategies that we can put in place that now gives equitable access, to healthcare, especially for women, children, youth, and vulnerable populations during crisis?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I think firstly, before I tackle that question, I think it's important to actually understand the context and also the reality that we're currently facing with those high risk groups. Women, children, as well as the youth or adolescents rather, are actually prone to abuse and abuse in the form of gender-based violence. And I think it's been an ongoing sort of issues due to social ideologies, lack of governmental policies. But I think also it's another pandemic or social pandemic that we are currently facing, not just as a continent or locally in our various countries, but globally. And in order to be able to tackle that, I think that you need to not only just enhance health services, but I think services in general, because what happens is that it's not just their physical health that is at stake, but it's sort of their mental, emotional, as well as social well-being that are also at stake. And it starts off firstly by looking at our governmental systems. What policies are there? How do they regulate the transgressions, but also the punishments of perpetrators? That's quite important, because if you have governmental policies that are in place, it sort of guides you on how to sort of manage it. So it starts off with that, because then that sort of guides the management of various services that you will unpack. And then once that is established, the second aspect that we can sort of do is to actually mobilize community healthcare workers, and also social services, by having social workers, because they're able to sort of assess the situation, but also assess whether those high risk groups that we've mentioned are prone to mental health disorders, because that's quite important, but also to ensure that they get the right services, to ensure that they get counseled with regards to issues pertaining them. So by mobilizing community healthcare workers and social workers, you're trying to bridge the gap between accessibility, because sometimes, because of stigma and fear that is instilled within them, they do not actually seek medical services or health services on time. And then with that, you also want to increase your crisis center. So a crisis center is essentially a health facility that sort of safeguards emergency services for patients or risk groups that are prone to rape, abuse, or any violence of some sort, because you want to try and ensure that they get as much help as they can get in and not delay any interventions in sort of ensuring that the health services are taken care of. Then with regards to that, is to actually have a good implementation where you sort of mobilize security services. So having the police stationed at various or high risk or high spot or hotspots rather that are prone to issues like that. That's what we've been trying to do in certain communities within South Africa, because when you have the police sort of at high at alert, you're able to actually ensure that you do investigate cases that are happening. So I think if you do it from that perspective, you're not just catering or increasing health services. What you need to do is that you want to increase health services, but also social services and security services to ensure that their rights are actually safeguarded with regards to that. So that's how essentially what we can do in various countries is to ensure that we actually optimize but also maximize the governmental legislation, and then that sort of guides you on how you can actually tackle the services afterwards.
Fantastic, fantastic. I love the fact that you mentioned the aspect of creating services that doesn't stigmatize, these populations that find themselves in situation of crisis. Such services that allows them to be able to speak up so that
Yes.
the matter can be treated. I think much further, I love the fact when you mention how we need to curtail hotspots of
Yes.
crisis, even by adopting collaboration with several other intergovernmental agencies. And I love the fact that you specifically mentioned what is in practice in South Africa. That is seeming to me to be like a promotion of best practices like that. And that would be speaking into the next question that I'd love for you to speak to, sir. This would want me to ask you that which successful health programs or innovations in Africa can be replicated or scaled to improve health services in other countries quickly?
That's going to be quite subjective. I'm just going to answer it from, there's an organization called the DG Murray Trust. What it essentially does, and what I love about their work is that they sort of have a vision of increasing social but also health services across South Africa. And what they do is that they actually mobilize various campaigns and projects within communities. And one of them that is sort of notable is the early child development as well as nutrition program. And what that program does is that it is a community healthcare work or community-based workers driven or led organizations, where they sort of focus on initiatives and raising funds to improve education, to sort of alleviate literacy programs, because it has a cycle effect on the health choices that our community members make as they age. And with regards to that, it's also ensuring that you have food security programs that are sort of mobilized by having a soup kitchen, having donations that are sort of that are given to various organizations that act as an intermediary, such as churches or faith-based organizations. Because then what you need to do is that you want to actually, food security has a major impact on child and development, where children actually are sort of there or are able to develop their developmental milestones in order to grow and to not to be prone to malnutrition and other food insecurity related health issues. And then also with that, it's creating your literacy programs, as I've mentioned, where they sort of have education programs, because it focuses on holistic education, seeing how you can actually improve holistically rather than just looking at the training aspect of it. Is to ensure that children are safeguarded in terms of their physical, social, emotional, and mental well-being, to ensure, and also financial rather, but also to improve their home circumstances. So the DG Murray Trust as well as Health System Trust are, I think, South African-based organizations, but now having or sort of have a global vision of doing that. And I think also notably the organization that I'm currently part of is the One Campaign, that is based in Africa, the UK, as well as the United States. And what they focus on is actually holding government accountable across different countries. To fight poverty, to increase food security, but also to aid preventable diseases. That's quite important. And then they do this through advocacy, but also advocacy, activism, but also various call to actions that they mobilize with governmental organizations. Just last year, we played a major role within the G20, and I think it really creates that platform for you as the youth to voice your opinions in order for effective change to be implemented, to improve not just health, but ensuring that we actually align with the vision of achieving Africa's vision by 2030. I think that's quite important. So I think those are the three organizations that I would actually think of that I think we really need to sort of benchmark in order to achieve our vision as a continent.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bangata. I think for those three that you've recommended, our delegates will definitely check them out and see possible areas that they can get to collaborate or start working on some of their mandate. I think more conveniently for one campaign, everyone can always be a part because it knows no border. Virtually you can make your advocacy join the different streams of the campaign focus. So it's just one of those things. While we'll wrap up this session this afternoon, Dr. Bangata, I wouldn't know what would you like to give to these delegates as a takeaway besides the insightful experiences and knowledge that you've shared in this conversation since we started?
Thank you so much. I think what I would really implore to our delegates, as well as the youth that is watching, is that we need to stop waiting to be given a seat at the table. I think it's time that we start a revolution as the youth where we actually take matters into our own hands. If you have a project that you want to do, start that project. Nothing is stopping you because your voice matters. And I think that's quite important. In order to seek meaningful change, we need to actually be the change that we want to see. And I think that's quite important. So continue doing the work that you're doing, aspire to be the best. And then that's how we can actually achieve the Africa that you and I envision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bangata. It's been an amazing session and chat with you on ASDS this afternoon. Thank you for the profound insights that you've shared with us. And I'm very sure that many of our delegates would follow you across social media to continue to enjoy from your wealth of experience and expertise. Right about now, we'll be signing out of this session. And I'm very sure that our delegates have had enough to learn from this conversation. Personally, I have many takeaways that I'm going to be working on after now. Thank you very much for honoring us. And I do hope that by the next time we want to meet you again, you would always heed our call.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Enjoy yourself, please.
Thank you.
I'm Mayowa Onyoshion, the Director of Development Hub at EDF Africa, and it has been a wonderful session with you. I see all of those things going on in the chat. Yeah, profound session it is. And right about now, we are moving on to relax and stretch ourselves a second time. We'll take like 2 minutes exercise break. But while that is ongoing, we would like to see a youth innovation solution, which will be played for us now. It is one of the innovative solutions being led by African youths. And I'm sure that this will serve as a motivation for many of our delegates here. This is to tell you that African youths are not just talking, but they are doing. Stay with us and we'll be back with you.
solar lanterns, fans, torches, and many others that are locally made in Aba. Our devices are up to 60% cheaper than imported options. They are sustainable, they are easily repaired locally, and they are now being developed with a simple AI, artificial intelligence, and IoT, Internet of Things, features for battery protection and smarter charging system. But we go beyond products. We run hands-on STEM and private education program where students learn electronics, solar technology, recycling, and green entrepreneurship. They even build their own solar lamps, shifting from consumers to creators and innovators. In just about a year now, we started. Sparkwise has reached over 20 schools, trained more than 3,000 students, upcycled over 20 kg of plastic electronic waste, and delivered solar lamps to underserved communities. This work is improving study hours for students, especially underserved students, supporting green jobs through our training, and turning our waste to clean energy made in Aba Solar Lantern into a symbol of local innovations. Our project advances SDGs like SDG 4, quality education, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, and SDG 13, climate action. And with more support in this program and other activities, we aim to expand our clean energy hubs and products across other states, across Nigeria, and even across Africa. We aim to train 10,000 youths and scale our community-based products of our Aba Solar products and grow a green workforce that transforms waste into opportunities. Together, we can build a future where every home has clean energy, every child and every youth has valuable skills, and every piece of waste becomes a resource. Thank you for the support. Hello, my name is Ebenezer Ototojukwayande, founder of Sparkwise Initiative, a youth-led social enterprise based in Aba.
Yes, that was a good innovation from, of course, I think one thing to add to that is that that innovation is from one of the fellow of our programs at ADF Africa. That's from Ebenezer, a fellow of our Sustainable Energy Accelerator program. So if you're not familiar with our offerings at ADF Africa, you may want to check it out much later. But one of this is that innovation that you've seen. That's from Sustainable Energy Accelerator. And if you stay with us through the summit, by the third day, we're going to introduce and open some of our offerings, which you can also be a part of. Who knows? You can be the next African, star within any of the sector or any industry. So right about now, we are going to the next session. It's another panel session, and this will be our session on Africa's urban future, building inclusive, climate resilient, and smart cities for sustainable growth. And for this session, we'll be having Marcos Ramirez as one of our panelists, and together with okay, Marcos is right there. So we'll be having
thank you very
Marcos
much,
for
Mayowa.
this conversation. Thank you very much, Marcos. You're welcome to this.
Thank you
session.
very much, Mayowa. I think I'll just take it from there. And I can see Marcos. Very good afternoon to you. And good afternoon. I believe it's an afternoon over there as well. And I also saw Dr. Niela earlier. and I can see Vivian on the call as well. We have 3 amazing speakers for this panel session, and it's so good to have you all joining. And to all our YouTube participants, delegates joining from across Africa, we want to say thank you for staying tuned. Thank you for staying on the call to this time. We want to believe that it's been a great session with you all the while, and we believe that this very final session for today is going to be an engaging one and also an enlightening one. I'm going to be coordinating this panel session, and I hope that each and every one of us are going to learn great things across this very good session. Before we go to this session, I would just love to quickly introduce some of our speakers. I would love to introduce some of our speakers for this session. Yeah, I would love to introduce some of our speakers for this session, just like I rightly mentioned their name earlier. However, I'm going to do this in no order, and definitely we just get to read their profile very briefly. Some, I believe you might have seen their profile in the brochure that was shared with you, so I might not really take the whole time reading their profile. But today on this call, we have Marcos Ramirez, who is an economist at OECD, Center for Entrepreneurship, SME, region and cities. And also we have Vivian Vergara, who is a sustainability specialist at Calibro Smart Mapping. Thank you so much for joining this call. And also we have Dr. Niher, who is a founder and design director of Environance. It's so good to have you join this great call this afternoon. And this session today, I want to believe that it's going to be an engaging one for each and every one of us. And if you also have a question, we'll be glad to take your question. So in the course of the program, just drop your question in the chat box. We'll definitely take it, and I'm sure that our speakers are prepared to respond to each of our questions. Thank you so much. I would just love to have a word from each of our speakers. You can get to unmute your audio and say hello to each and everyone. Very good afternoon, Marcos. It's good to have you this afternoon.
Hello. I'm very happy for the invitation. Do you want me to start speaking about the work at the OECD on sustainable cities, or do you have specific questions? No.
Okay, it's just to say hello.
I just to say hello. I'm sorry. Okay.
To be sure.
I'm very happy to be here.
Great.
Thanks a lot for the invitation.
Awesome.
I'm happy to share about our work on sustainable cities, or how we can support regions and cities to achieve the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, it's a delight to have you on this call this afternoon. And we also have Vivian. Very good afternoon, Vivian. We like to say we love to see your face and also hear from you before we get into the session. Vivian, thank you for joining. I know it's early morning your time. Let me calculate. That should be around 6:21 a.m. your time, if I'm correct.
Yeah, well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm so sorry for the delay, actually. Yes, with the time change and, well, different sounds. It was difficult to know what time it was actually the panel having place. But thank you for having me.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for joining. And immediately we have Dr. Nira on the call. I'll also be happy to bring her to join this panel session, as we are meant to have 3 speakers on this session. But just to get into it, this session is focused on building inclusive climate resilient and smart cities for a sustainable growth in Africa. And this session basically we're looking at how we can get to highlight the current urbanization trend and key challenges, and also the examples of innovative urban solutions that exist across the continent. And we believe that it's going to be a session whereby each and every one of us are going to have very good idea. We also have practical solutions which we can integrate across our respective countries. And just to start, there is this common word which they also use, that ladies first. I think I'm going to start from Vivian. And the question which I'm going to pose to you straight is, how do you think African cities can quickly expand access to affordable housing for growing population, looking at the structure when it comes to reducing informal settlements? What is your take? What do you say to that, Vivian?
Thank you, Emmanuel. So by scaling up affordable housing, I think one of the most suitable approaches will be through PPS, or private-public partnerships and government programs, upgrading informal settlements with infrastructure, and reforming land and credit policies to help low-income families build or buy homes. I do firmly believe that community participation and slum upgrading are also crucial to improving conditions without displacing residents.
Yeah, great. Marcus, would you like to say something to that?
Yeah, but just slightly before that, perhaps I can just tell you a bit about the work we do at the OECD in terms of how we are supporting and working together with local and regional governments to achieve the SDGs. I think this is very important because I have to say, I'm not an expert on African cities per se. And as you know, the OECD has 38 members, mostly European and other countries, but actually there's no African country currently as a member of the OECD. So a lot of the knowledge and work we have done is mainly with other cities and regions of the world. However, I think there are many things that we have learned through this process that can be will resonate and can be helpful for every, let's say, region and city. And I think it's very important to achieve the SDGs. So the first thing is that at OECD we have this program that is called a territorial approach to the SDGs, which basically explores how regions and cities are working towards achieving the SDGs. Also, of course, in coordination with national governments. And one of the first things that we realized in this project is that basically the SDGs won't be achieved if local and regional governments are not actively engaged in working towards the sustainable development goals. Even though at the UN level, when the SDGs were adopted, were mainly national governments that agree on this, in practice, change and action will also need to be localized. So one of the first things that we are saying is that cities and regions play a huge role, and not only through SDG 11, which is this about sustainable cities, but through all the SDGs, because basically all the SDGs have some aspects that need to be localized. And so in just to perhaps, what we have seen is that a lot of the responsibilities are at the subnational level, and so this needs to be in coordination. And so this idea of coordination is something that resonates across all the SDGs, and I think it can also be applied even for housing, for example. That's the topic that you're bringing now, on how we achieve affordable housing and also avoid this kind of informal settlements, or prevent these informal settlements. And so I think one of the things that we have been learning from the experiences and also from the research of this project is that policies need to be integrated, and at the local level is the place where it's easier to integrate them. because local governments have many responsibilities. And for example, if we are going to look at the housing issue, um, we need to consider services. We need to consider that places have the basic services, infrastructures, access to opportunities. So it's not just about building so people can live somewhere, because then this can create and reinforce other deprivations. Like, I mean, if people is too far from their place where you can find a job, they will have a lot of cost in terms of transport. They also won't have maybe access to, as we were listening before, health infrastructure, education opportunities. So we need to integrate policies, and we think it's crucial to involve cities and regions, because first they hold responsibilities on these areas. But even if from the national government you have a housing national policy, it needs to integrate the local government, and so it needs to be multi-level. We need to include coordinate across the levels of government, but also across these kind of policy areas and sectors. So housing shouldn't be seen as an individual topic or silo. It needs to be, we need to be able to explore these synergies and trade-offs that are created through all the other SDGs, such as water, energy, environmental impacts. And so we see that there's a lot of potential for cities and regions to help on this task of integrating the policy. And also the third aspect is that cities and local governments are very close to citizens, to youth, to different groups. And also this allows to have some, let's say, a more inclusive approach to policy, in which you know what are the needs and issues of those communities. So it's easier to integrate and to do policies that are more relevant for these places.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Marcos. You've mentioned quite a lot of recommendations. And this, I'm just going to take some points from you, then I move to Dr. Nahar. Thank you, Dr. Nahar, for joining. I think I can see her, she's back on the call. If you can unmute your mic, we'd love to have you say hello to us. Oh, great, very great. Thank you for joining. Hope you can hear us loud and clear.
Yeah, am I clear now?
Very good. Okay, thank you
I'm
very
not
much.
facing
Before I
a
come to
very
you,
stable connection, yeah. So if you can repeat the question, I missed that.
yes, I'm actually going to share the question with you. But from where Marcus stopped, there is this question which I intend asking, which has to do with the environmental challenges which we face mostly in Africa. And, you know, there is this common thought which we always have, that Africans do not emit the most, but we also bear the consequences the most. But to look into it, Marcos, you know, definitely coming from the developed region, how do you think African cities can get to adapt infrastructure and also get to plan better, withstanding issues around floods, heat waves, and other climate-related risks?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting point. Something that we have been also discussing at the OECD is, of course, when we talk about, for example, climate, we know it's a global issue, right? Because it's the planet, we share a planet, but it's true that the impacts are very localized, and also they're very localized, and let's say by type of impact, right? And even at the OECD, for example, in the OECD, I mean, there are also some countries such as Mexico, I'm from Mexico, that are members. And you can see that also, for example, in terms of heat waves or heat stress, there's going to be specific regions of that are going to, I mean, they are already suffering a lot from heat stress and also from drought. And so there are also some water issues, right? So it's very important to, even at this level, to be able to localize things. We always see that national averages mask very important inequalities that kind of general policy designed from the national central government wouldn't be able to perhaps to tackle if they don't integrate this local lens. So at the OECD and through this territorial approach to the SDGs, one of the key messages is that we're giving is that we need localized data. And in terms of policy, of course, you need to use this data to really design your policies. So these policies are adapted to the different phenomena that is going to be experienced. In some places, it's going to be heat waves. In some places, it's going to be storms. In some places, it's going to be wildfires, etc. So policies are going to be very heterogeneous, even within the same country. And I can imagine in many African countries, it's going to be the same. It's not the same, perhaps, in the MENA and the North Africa than in the Sub-Saharan African countries, etc. There might be different challenges, and even within the same country, so they need localized data. Then once we have this localized data, something that we're always saying is that the SDGs are a roadmap that when we have plans, they should be integrated in. So we're always talking about integrating this, and this is one of the beauty of the SDGs, is that it's interconnected. So you can always see the interlinkages, how climate SDG 13 is not just SDG 13, it impacts everything else. So how this is going to impact all the other SDGs, and if we can manage to, through policy, to make that ministries work together, that at the local level talks to the regional and national level, and they make plans that are more aligned, then the strategies can be more adapted to the local realities, and so they can tackle real localized impacts. In terms of climate, what is most localized is the impacts. Impacts are very different due to different geographies, characteristics, etc. So I think those are the overall messages, and something just to give a more concrete idea. We know there's a lot of data gaps, but for example, in terms of the topic of climate change, fortunately, we now have Earth observation. So there's a lot of satellites that are taking pictures, photos of the world in real time. And now there's many research and scientific community that are developing methodologies so we can measure heat waves everywhere. Now it's not just an issue. I mean, we can measure it also in African cities, in Southeast Asian cities, etc. So we can leverage these sources to measure climate impacts in cities across the globe. So I think this is a very important thing to keep in mind. At least on the environmental and climate issues, we are more advanced, and we could use these methodologies to really advance SDGs everywhere. I mean, in the cities of all the world, not just OECD.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marcos. Those are mind-blowing points. Thank you very much. I'm going to come to Dr. Nihar now. And going from your vast expertise, looking at the aspect of the indigenous aspects, let's think about how we can localize a solution. What's your thoughts? What's your take on this, How can cities in Africa get to adapt to infrastructure and plan better to withstand floods, heat waves, and other climate-related risks and challenges we have? Over to you, Dr.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I think Marcos mentioned that currently there are a lot of updated tools and advanced tools that do provide us with early forecasts. So it's very important to take that into consideration, utilize the existing data to be able to create early warning signs for hazards, climate risks, and take them seriously because they do provide a lot of consequences that are much more challenging to solve at a later stage. If we're able to analyze that properly, we would be able to generate probably the most critical areas within the infrastructure that are affected in that particular country, whether it's heat risk, whether it's water, whether it's energy overload. So depending on the sector or on the discipline that we are talking about, it's very important to design or take the process of integrated design, as Marcus mentioned as well, into the early design process, be able to upscale that to the top level in terms of planning and on a micro scale at the level of an urban block. So these different scales that we are talking about is very important to be integrated at in each and every city. However, on real ground, this is very challenging, I think, in many countries across Africa, as well as in Egypt. So that would take place differently. It's completely different when we look at the infrastructure in the capital city compared to rural or suburban areas. So here the disparities between both conditions are important to identify and prioritize, start prioritizing the risk as well as the need for action.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much for that, which you shared. But still on you, I still want you to speak to this other aspect that has to do with sustainable urban development. And I love your perspective when it comes to their designing, looking at achieving sustainable urban development in Africa. This really requires quite a lot of investment, and its partnership is also very key. What will you recommend on which area, and how do you think African cities can get to attract more investment and build more on public-private partnership to fund and achieve sustainable urban development? Dr. Nair.
Okay. So the public-private partnerships are very important for urban development compared to, let's say, conventional ways for being able to upgrade the infrastructure and look at existing problems within cities. So they do provide fast delivery for critical infrastructure. Whether it's on a transportation scale, whether it's on a waste management, energy management, power distribution. So you will be able to scale that up with the private sector. That's usually easier. Access to private capital is also important without full public debt. So it's very important to kind of, plan this financial strategy to be able to upgrade certain sectors within the infrastructure without having to burden more the public debt, depending on the city or the country we're talking about. Being able to generate critical or precise CAPEX and OPEX is more possible with public-private partnerships, whether it's the expertise, whether it's the speed of delivery. That is also possible, I would say. The operation and maintenance is very important because by the end of the time, we design cities to be able to run infrastructures. It's not the early stage of design, it's the running costs, the running challenges that do burden everything within the city. So these urban services usually cause failures at a later stage, and it's important also to provide early detection tools for that. Technology and innovation is very important. So again, sometimes in many countries across Africa, you would see that technology is not much advanced within the public sector. So having to get in the private sector actually accelerates and provides a better implementation for that particular track. For electrical, if it's a renewable energy integration, or if it's a water upgrade for the infrastructure, again. So yeah, I would say it's very important to consider the public-private partnership over the life cycle of that particular sector, looking at the infrastructure of the urban city, and not only on the early stages. So that might be a challenge with the public-private partnership because usually the capex is much higher. So if we just do take into consideration the running cost of it, that might save or provide more savings or better savings than implementation at a later stage in the project lifetime. So that is something that must be considered. Probably funds and support would be able to provide that. Usually improved service quality as well is important. So sometimes in many countries and many cases, as we mentioned, you can get a better, higher quality of service with the public-private partnerships, whether it's in the energy sector or in the waste management, let's say, or the road and public transportation. So whether it's in the monitoring or the early stage setting out the infrastructure itself.
Oh, great. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Niara. Vivian, will you like to say something just to add 1 or 2 points to that? Okay, I will love you say 1 or 2 things to that as well.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you. Well, from what I've seen, attracting investment and public-private partnerships for urban development comes down to creating confidence and reducing uncertainty. Investors respond better to cities that have a clear urban strategies, strong governance, and projects that are well defined and financially credible. So I believe governments play a key role by creating an enabling environment through sound policies, transparent planning processes, and public-private partnership frameworks that fairly share risk between the public and the private sectors. Incentives, guarantees, and access to climate finance or green bonds, for example, can further support sustainable infrastructure, particularly in areas such as transport, housing, and resilient urban services. So equally important is also demonstrated that what works, showcasing successful PPP projects helps build also investor confidence and shows that sustainable urban development can be both impactful and financially viable. Strengthening municipal finance to better revenue collection, financial management, and creditworthiness also allows cities to access capital markets and invest more strategically in long-term urban development.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Vivian. I'm coming back to the aspect that has to do with digital technologies and smart solutions, Vivian. But before you speak to that aspect, I just want to ask Marcos, beyond investment and PPP, are there other strategies which you will recommend in achieving and driving towards sustainable urban development in Africa? Maybe just 1 or 2 points. We'd love to have that from you as well.
Yes, thank you. So at the OECD and also in the team I'm working on, we have also some what we call decentralized development cooperation, which is it's the international cooperation that is carried out by subnational governments. So it's a region and city in an OECD country doing a partnership with another region or city in another country. It could be in Latin America, in Africa, in Southeast Asia. And what we have seen here is that there's sometimes projects that involve financial resources. So meaning that a region or city in OECD wants to support a transport project, a gender equality awareness project, a building school project in another city of another part of the world, because there's a relationship between people that are working on SDGs. They meet and then they decide to do partnerships, right? So of course this is also a way in which we are studying, and in particular now we have a project in which we are trying to assess the impact of these partnerships, the impact of decentralized development cooperation. But I would like to highlight that also, that the relevance of this is not just about funding, because it's sometimes funding, it's of course important. Resources are important. At least the human resources you're going to put there. But I think something that is valuable is also that it also links to the learning from each other. So there's a lot of peer learning from similar issues. If cities with similar characteristics, even though they might be in different countries, but maybe they're a city close to a large urban area, maybe they're a rural place, so they might face similar challenges, and then they can, these partnerships allow to do some peer learning. Sometimes when someone has perhaps more experience in one topic, of course they can perhaps share their best practices. But I think this is also important because it creates capacity, or it helps to have a capacity, because it's not just about building a hospital or a library or something. You need to run it, right? And you need to to maintain it, and so you need to build the capacity in the place where this thing is going to be created, so people really continue the work in the long term. And so I think this would be like, I mean, adding to the instruments that were already mentioning. And another option that I would think it's very important, the city-to-city partnerships.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for those great points you've shared with us. I just want to quickly ask this question from Vivian. But while I get to ask this question, please, I will appreciate the program managers to also look out for questions from our participants. If you have any question which you want to ask, please feel free to get to share it in the comment section on any of the platform you're joining from. And going to Vivian, there is this question that has to do with digital technology and smart solution. What strategy do you think can help to integrate digital technology and smart solutions to improve African urban future? What strategy, owing to your vast experience and development activities which you've been part of in the very last decades? I will appreciate you get to speak to this, Vivian.
Sure, thank you. So when we talk about digital tech and smart solutions, a lot of it comes down to using the right tools for the right purpose. Different tools support different parts of urban management, but they work best when they are connected and based on reliable data. I think it is also important to start with the data behind them. In my work at Excalibur Smart Mapping, what we really focus on is providing the geospatial and environmental information that these digital tools rely on. So maybe the key point here is that smart applications only work if they are built on accurate and, as Marco said before, localized data. Whether it's a platform to improve mobility or monitor infrastructure or manage water and energy systems or assess climate risk, the quality of the underlying data shapes the quality of the decisions that follow. So from my perspective, digital technology becomes powerful when it helps cities understand their territory better and prioritize investment more clearly, that even allows responding faster to change. So that's where our work connects directly to smart cities, not really by promoting technology for its own sake, but by making sure that digital solutions are grounded in real and place-based intelligence that support better governance and more resilient urban development.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Vivian. It's been a great and insightful session this afternoon. I don't know for you, but I believe it's been an insightful session for each and every one of us. While we get to wrap up this panel session, I want to go back to Dr. Niara because I know that she's someone that has worked with quite a lot of stakeholders from government, private sector, CSOs, and different sectors. But Doc, what practical steps do you think local governments could take to improve basic service in this situation of rapidly growing urban areas? And also looking at the migration, which we have mostly from the rural to urban, getting to making the urban areas become more highly densely populated. What practical steps do you think the government in different cities can take to ensure that we have our sustainable cities and communities well met? Over to you, Doc.
Yeah, I think it's a very big problem that evolves over time. So there is, unfortunately, for this problem, there is no particular instantaneous solution. So it has to be a long-term plan. So you have to prepare earlier for it. And when you find solutions for that, it has to take multiple years. Decentralization is very important. So land use, needs, population, everything there is at an early stage. And when along the way, with forecasts, with the certainty of the amount of population urbanization that is needed and pressuring the infrastructure, decentralization is very important. So moving out of that is a key to avoiding any gaps and more challenges overpressing these particular, let's say, zones or highly dense urban areas. So this must be a strategy for urban development. We must identify real gaps and needs with social inclusion. Social inclusion is very important to be able to identify the expansion map without having to go into the pitfalls of trial and error and things are not fitting, this is not working, and so on, which happens in many cases which we experience in our cities. This must reflect, so we must take into consideration the flexible regulations. So we must always integrate smart designs, integrative guidelines, put them aside and be able to upgrade instantaneously as we move fast. And then upgrading the existing settlements is very important before expanding, whether vertically or horizontally, depending on the city we're talking about. Having said that, so we have to have a planned expansion and urban development, as we mentioned, to avoid these being pressuring our cities, our current cities, and to be able to do that, housing is a very important key. Housing with all the other demands and services that evolve around it. So yeah, we have to take that into consideration.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doc. And I just want to quickly ask some questions from which our participants have shared with us. But this question, I'm going to direct it to Vivian and also Marcus. And I also appreciate you, in line to that question, if you can also share your closing thoughts, because we are just like 5 minutes behind schedule. There's a question from Philip John. He said, what's the Western countries doing differently that African countries need to copy from? And how do we go about it? I'm going to start from you, Vivian. Just in a minute, I will appreciate you get to respond to that and also share your closing thoughts as well.
Yeah, thinking about the question, thank you so much for that. But I do believe what many Western cities have done differently is probably invest early in long-term planning and strong institutions and data-driven governance. They tend to plan infrastructure decades ahead, coordinate across sectors, and use data consistently to guide land use, housing, transport, and climate adaptation. This helps reduce uncertainty, lowers risk, and it helps build confidence for both citizens and investors. For African cities, the opportunities to take these principles, long-term vision, integrated planning, transparent governance, and evidence-based decision-making, and play them in ways that are adapted to local realities. So Africa does not need to replicate urban farms or technologies, but it can adopt the mindset of planning proactively rather than reactively, and of using data and institutions to support inclusive and resilient growth. So in that sense, Africa has the chance not only to catch up, but to leapfrog by building cities that are better suited to today's climate, demographic, and social realities.
And, thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, please just complete that.
No, as a closing thought, I don't think the lesson from Western countries is that Africa cities could should copy specific models, but rather adopt how the decisions are made.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much for also making a very good clarification on that. Over to you, Marcos. I know you have quite a lot for us, but just give us
I'll
those
try
very
to
touchstone points.
just some thoughts on this. I would focus more on the fact that I mean, local and regional trajectories are very heterogeneous. Even within OECD, like when we look at OECD countries and we split the countries by regions and cities, I mean, we can see that there's a lot of inequality. And of course, this has driven a lot of discontent, a lot of polarization, because sometimes you have just in one country, just one region driving the whole growth, and then the others are lagging behind. And when they lag behind, of course, there's a drop in the quality of services, the quality of life, opportunities, and of course, all this it's an issue. So I don't think it's it's just a matter of in all Western countries things are going great. I think, and somebody should copy them. Actually, I just think, and my message would be that we need to localize all the strategies. This doesn't mean that anything needs to happen from the bottom up. I think they need to, the bottom up and the top need to meet, meaning that even from the country level perspective, the national government needs to localize their strategy. And then, of course, from the city and regional governments, they also need to engage in achieving the SDGs, in doing urban development. So for that, I think a key message is multi-level, what we call multi-level governance, or the coordination across levels of governments, is key. Then the other is the integration of policy, which means managing the trade-offs and synergies that we can see across the different policy areas, which typically tends to happen at the local level, because there's when a lot of the policies are actually applied. So that's where you could actually exploit those synergies and manage some of the trade-offs. So I think that is key, and those would be my closing remarks. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Marcos. And I'm coming to Dr. Nia. Though there's still a question from I want to believe that, Philip, we've attended to your question, and rightfully as we get into looking at solutions, existing solutions, which we can adopt, not just copy. We might decide to copy and it's not going to work in Africa. So, and we also need to look at the indigenous process as well. Dr. Here, there's a question from Eli Yorana, and the question she asks is, how can people at the very remote areas use in these digital technologies for the transformation of their community? I believe you can respond to this, Ma. I would appreciate you just get to respond to this and also share your closing thoughts too as well.
Yeah, it's very challenging. I think this is one of the most challenging parts of the technology integration, is that if it's a very remote area, there is no connectivity, the infrastructure is not there. So you have to rely on maybe public-private partnerships is one way of upgrading this area there. So if we're talking about integration of renewable technologies, looking into the model of sustainable communities, where we develop urban areas to be able to stand alone rather than being connected or reliant on the surrounding area. However, very careful planning in terms of budgeting and cost remains a challenge there. But having its own water, its own waste, electricity, and accordingly developing that connectivity and integrating whatever technology is needed to be able to kind of, I wouldn't say you would be able to connect that to IoT and develop a digital twin out of that, but it's also possible if you're able to have these models for even smaller sustainable communities, especially in rural areas, rather than seeing them in the middle of cities. So yeah, I think it's very important to look into the sustainability pillars So to summarize that, it's the environmental, economical, and social pillar. And when we say that, it's the needs of the people that needs to be integrated in all sectors, all the different parts, layers of urban fabric. Looking at the environmental impact that creates is different between one context and another, not only one continent, but even one country, between various cities. So you would realize that the environmental impact there is different, and financial models would follow. So it is there to serve people by the end of the time, and to be able to develop the environmental and social pillars. So yeah, it's the core pillars of sustainability to be able to provide urban development. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Nia, you've not shared your closing thoughts with us. On a general note, and looking at what the theme of this session focus on building inclusive and climate resilient smart cities for sustainable growth in Africa. Just one point. We'd love to hear from you, Doc.
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned. I think I jumped to the closing statement straight away, which is the pillars of sustainability. So I would break it down into social, environmental, and economical, having to prioritize the three of them depending on the condition or the context that we are talking about. Looking to solve the urban problem and be able to expand, provide sustainable development. And I think touching on all the SDGs there would become much, I wouldn't say easier, but at least if you think of all the different factors of sustainability, would be able to attain these. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, our esteemed guest speakers. This has been an insightful session indeed. And on behalf of ADAB Africa, we want to appreciate you for your time. And Vivian, like I said, I know we had to wake you up. You know, this is the first activity for the day today in your country. And thank you very much, Marcos. Even though I know for sure that you have a presentation slides for this session, but every thought you've shared with us, we sincerely appreciate. They are very great point. And Dr. Niera, thank you very much for your time, and I'm so glad that the network eventually favored us and we had a very smooth session with you.
Yeah,
And each and every delegate on the call, I want to believe it's been a great session today. And this is where we are going to draw the curtain. But please ensure you connect with each and every of our guest speakers. There are quite a lot of things you can still learn from them. You can also get to engage with them. I'm very sure when you reach out to them on LinkedIn, they get to a stage, also get to respond. Thank you once again for your time, and we wish you a very productive week ahead. And I remain Emmanuel Oluwoyo, you're the SDG catalyst. And I think it's high time I get to hand over back to Mayowa Honioshu, our host for today's session. Over to you, Mayowa. Okay, I think over to Oluwafemi Habioye, who is going to be taking us through some key updates and announcements as we get to close the one ceremony of the African Summit for Sustainable Development. Femi, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayowa. It's been an amazing section here today. I want to believe all our delegates, you've had a lot to learn and a lot to take home. It's been an insightful section right from the opening remark then to the very last section that we just heard. We sincerely want to appreciate every one of you for joining the call. Thank you for staying through since morning to this moment. It's been over 3 hours of discussion, deliberation to ensure that we are on the same page to achieve the Africa we want in the sustainability space. So quickly, as we are wrapping up today, we'd like to notify you of few updates. The first update we'd like to share with you is tomorrow we'll be having a series of side events that you don't want to miss from various organizations across the African continent. So as our energy was high throughout this section, it's also expected that we join with the same momentum, even in a better way, to learn from other organizations that will be hosting various side events, cutting across various topics. Likewise, it's important to also note that the program still continues till Saturday. Do well to keep a tab on your mail, as we shall be sharing important updates, and do it to engage. The WhatsApp group that we have onboarded everyone. It's available for you to network with everyone, as there have been a lot of discussion around collaboration and networking partnership today. So the WhatsApp group will be open for you to network with one another. However, we expect that we all make judicious use of the WhatsApp group, and we respect everyone's opinion when it's time for us to communicate and collaborate with everyone. Once again, on behalf of ADF Africa and the entire speakers that have made this event a wonderful one, the moderator, the regional lead, the entire ASSD 2026 team, we want to sincerely appreciate you for joining the call this today, and we look forward to receiving you tomorrow at the same time at 10 a.m. On this note, we'll be saying a very big thank you to you, and do enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of your morning, the rest of your evening, afternoon, depending on your time zone. My name is Abioyo Oluwafemi, signing up onto this program. Do enjoy yourself. Bye.
We can be.
We must be
The first generation
To end extreme poverty.
The generation
most determined
to fight injustice and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals.
A 15-year plan
For everyone. Everywhere.
with no one left behind.
We will live in a world
Where nobody
Anywhere lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
where no one
Wakes in the morning.
Asking if there will be food today.
we will live in a world where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure. And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where
everyone goes to school.
and education gives us the knowledge
and skills
For a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities to thrive
and be powerful
and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is held back.
We will live in a world
where all people can get clean water
And proper toilets at home,
at school
and at work.
We will live in a world where there's sustainable energy for everyone.
Heat, light.
and power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We'll live in a world where economies prosper.
A new wealth.
Lead to decent jobs.
For everyone.
And we will live in a world where our industry
Our infrastructure and our
Best innovations.
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world
Where prejudices and extremes of inequality
Are defeated.
inside our countries
And between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
And support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
What we consume. Planet where we put back what we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back the threat of
Climate change.
Where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas.
We'll restore and protect
Life on land.
The forests,
Animals. The earth itself.
with peace between and inside countries.
Where all governments are open.
An answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
Where all countries and we their people.
Work together.
Partnerships of all kinds.
To make these goals a reality.
for everyone, everywhere.
These are the United Nations global goals
For sustainable development.
Let's get to work. Let's make it happen.